How y'all doing out there? It won't let me broadcast to Twitter no more. So screw Twitter. Anyways, we will be talking about the RNC convention, Trump's speech, Tel Aviv, the IT crash, the Microsoft crash, and other political news. Black men for Trump is really interesting to me. So I want to talk about that. Yeah, y'all check it out. Hold on. Click the link to join. Yeah, if y'all want to cross over to Rumble, I would appreciate it. That's the only place I monetize. Click the link to, oh shoot. Click the link to join. On with the show. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Did you tell her to get away from me? She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please, do it. Do it. Type something in your search bar, man. How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? Man, it's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. Earlier in the show, I was like, this is going to be a crazy political cycle. I had no idea. Like, there is so much going on. Like, there's no one that could have predicted all this stuff that's going on. Like, it's crazy. Things are getting a bit crazy. Like, you can't predict what's going to happen a week, 2 weeks from now. Like, we still have till November for the election. So you've got all of August, you got September, you've got October, and into November. Like, what are we going to see over the next few months? Like, what are we going to see? Like, who can predict it? Craziness. The talk of Biden dropping out is getting bigger and growing. They say he has COVID and he's self-isolating himself, and what did they say? They said if he gets sick, he might talk about dropping out. Like, he's softening up what he's saying or whatever. Like, at first he was like, God would have to come down and tell me to drop out. Now, things are softening up on that, and that's very, very interesting. Especially coming after the assassination attempt of Trump. That is another thing that's interesting. Like, Trump is like the Teflon Don now, can't get me on anything. Y'all can't catch me on these cases. Y'all couldn't impeach me. Y'all couldn't shoot me. I'm untouchable, man. And I'm sure his popularity has grown. The numbers are saying that he hasn't improved. His numbers hasn't improved since the shooting, but I don't trust polls. That's why I don't hardly ever cover them in the show. Is because, like, who are they asking these questions, and what are the questions that they're asking? And how big is the sample size? It's too many variables that can lead, to misleading, answers or whatever, and people change their mind. They can be like, I'm supportive of Trump, I'm going to vote for Trump. And then when it comes time to vote, they go in a whole nother direction. So yeah, I don't trust that stuff at all, really. So it is what it is. So it's some stuff I want to get into. I wanted to talk about the black men for Trump, like specifically black men is what they're saying. Black men are supporting Trump this time more than before. That's what they're saying. So, I mean, there may be some truth to that. I have seen some evidence personally related to that, but I don't know how I feel about it overall. Like, what is the percentage of black men who want to support Trump, and what is their reasonings for that? That's something I'm very curious about. You have the drone strike that happened in Tel Aviv, where the Houthis made it through. They didn't even know that the drone was in the air. At least one person died. So that's a thing, escalating tensions between Israel and the rest of the region over there, and the rumors of Iran putting like a price on Trump's head, all of this, like, crazy. Like I say, craziness. I don't know what this comments are, but I appreciate the comments. Where do we start with this craziness? Let's go to let's look at some headlines. Let's start there. So we've got AP, Associated Press. Top headline is what we know about the global tech outage. Much of the world has faced online disarray as a widespread technology outage affected companies and services across industries, grounding flights, knocking banks and hospital systems offline, and media outlets off air. What this points to me is the problem that we have related to monopolies, right? So Microsoft, with its software, when it came out with the Windows, and there's a reason, like, monopoly. Microsoft has like such a monopoly related to software, and it's because of the way that they did business. Like they squashed out any competition. So basically, you have the the iOS systems, like the Apple. You have the Mac systems, and then you have Microsoft, and pretty much that's it. I mean, there's others out there, but those two are it. And the PCs are much cheaper than the Macs, and the PCs go off of the Microsoft software. So most, you know, businesses, even individuals, are going to use Microsoft because in the long run it's cheaper. Maybe not in the long run, but up front it's cheaper for them to go with that software. So, and they all integrate with each other. So yeah, there's a monopoly with that. So like I say, this shows where, like, the market is supposed to be strong, right? It's a strong market. And if this market is strong, then you wouldn't have situations like this where you do a software update and it downs all this. Like basically it was all the European countries. And so if you had multiple companies that was providing these software systems to, people and companies, then, one software update wouldn't cause such mass problems. And this is something that I've been trying to focus on or draw attention to left and right. And in every sector, you have two or three big dogs, and that's pretty much it. And that's not a strong economy, really. That's not a strong system, because one of them goes away, two of them go away, and we're all the way screwed. Like we don't have any other options. Like we're screwed. It would be much stronger if you had multiple companies who were doing these things, who was providing, like in this case, the software. And one of them has a problem like this with an update, then it will have such massive impact on us. This is showing a weakness, is what I'm saying. And hopefully I haven't heard anyone talking about it the way I am right now. It's showing that it's a weakness. Okay. So immediately when I heard, I was thinking that it was a hack, but they're saying that it wasn't, even though I don't always trust them when they say stuff like that, because they're not going to want to be honest when it comes to hacks. They don't want it to seem like they're vulnerable, So I think that they'll lie about it in a lot of ways. But what do I know? Right now it's looking like it wasn't a hack. It was just a thing that happened, and it just so happened to affect so many systems. But again, if we wasn't so reliant on one software, then this type of thing wouldn't have such a great impact like it did. Really crazy stuff. So the flights were grounded, banks couldn't do transactions. Let's look at this article a little bit. A massive tech outage is causing worldwide disruptions. Here's what we know. Is there a video? I think I had the same video loaded up and ready to play. We don't want to hear those ads. Why is my screen going slow? Methodist. I wonder how much that freaking MRI cost that person in this commercial. Arm and a leg.
Actually is today much of the world woke up to what we're calling this massive technology outage, and that's impacted companies across various industries. The ranges of that can look like anything from folks having trouble with their online Starbucks order to these flight cancellations and delays and trouble with making bank payments, to some more serious impacts like system disruptions at hospitals and trouble making appointments that has led to delays and sometimes cancellations. At the center of this massive disruption is this cybersecurity company called CrowdStrike, which may not have been a household name 24 hours ago, but it's this major provider of cloud-based security technology worldwide. So what caused Friday's outage was this faulty update that was sent out by CrowdStrike for one of its tools, Falcon. And this defect impacts Microsoft Windows hosts. So in other words, the organizations that we're seeing having disruptions today are both CrowdStrike clients who use Microsoft Windows as their operating systems. Experts really just say that this underlines the vulnerability of having an online infrastructure that's reliant on just one of a handful of providers for this kind of tech. One expert put it as like putting all eggs in one basket, essentially. CrowdStrike has said that it has a fix that it's deploying, and so hopefully this will get fixed back online. When something goes wrong like we see today, all those eggs kind of break.
All your eggs in one basket, that's a recipe for disaster. Let's read a little bit. Doesn't say author. July 19th, 2024. It says, much of the world faced online disarray Friday as widespread technology outage affected companies and services across industries, grounding flights, knocking banks and hospital systems offline, and media outlets off air. At the heart of the massive disruption is CrowdStrike. Is this going to say what she said in the video? A cybersecurity firm that provides software to scores of companies worldwide. The company says the problem occurred when it deployed a faulty update to computers running Microsoft Windows. Noting that the issue behind the outage was not a security incident or cyber attack, CrowdStrike has said a fix is on the way. Still, chaos deepened hours after the problem was first detected. Here's what you need to know. How did Friday's blue screen outage emerge? Friday's disruptions began when faulty update was pushed out from CrowdStrike for one of its tools, Falcon. In a statement about the ongoing situation, the company said the defect was found in a single content update for Windows hosts, noting that Mac and Linux systems were not impacted. So yeah, Mac and Linux is good to go. And everyone knows that they are way more secure anyways. So it said a defect was found in a single content update. One single content update did all of this trouble, all these problems. It says, but because scores of companies rely on CrowdStrike for their security needs with Windows as their operating system, the consequences of this kind of technical problem have been far-reaching. As a result, affecting computer after computer, showed the blue screen of death error message. Says long lines formed at airports in the US, Europe, and Asia as airlines lost the access to check-in and booking services during peak summer travel, disrupting thousands of flights. Banks in South Africa and New Zealand reported outages, impacting payments. Some news stations, particularly in Australia, were unable to broadcast for hours, and hospitals had problems with their appointment systems, leading to delays and sometimes cancellations for critical care, while officials in some U.S. states warned of 911 problems in their areas. Yeah, I was watching a video on that, and they were saying like the people couldn't even call 911. Elsewhere, people experienced more minor inconveniences, including trouble ordering ahead at Starbucks, causing long lines at some of the coffee chain stores. Some billboards in New York City, famous Times Square, also went dark. Experts stress that Friday's disruption underscores the vulnerability of worldwide dependence on software that comes from only a handful of providers. Boom. It isn't all our eggs are in one basket situation, Craig Shue, professor and computer science department head at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, said in an email commentary. This lets us make sure our basket is high quality The software provider tries to identify threats and respond to them quickly, but at the same time, if anything goes wrong and the basket fails, we have a lot of broken eggs. Monopolies, monopolies, monopolies. I'm not gonna read much more. Just this one right, this part right here. It says, "What is CrowdStrike?" CrowdStrike is a U.S. cybersecurity company that provides software to companies around the world and across industries. It bills itself as being the globe's most advanced cloud-based security technology provider. We stop breaches, the cybersecurity company says on its website. According to its website, CrowdStrike was founded in 2011 and launched in early 2012. It listed on the NASDAQ exchange 5 years ago. Last month, the Austin, Texas company reported that its rose 33% in the latest quarter from the same quarter a year earlier, logging a net profit of $42.8 million, up from $491,000 in the first quarter of the last year. It reported having 29,000 subscribing customers. Yeah, so who needs a hack? You know, if your updates just make the whole systems go down, you know what I mean? You're a cybersecurity, so you're keeping people from getting into the systems and stealing data or whatever, but we can't even use the system because the system is down and we got a blue screen. It's like, bro, you had one job. You failed. You had one job, bro. You failed. You know, I think they should get fired. Headlines. It says Biden pushes for party unity as more Dems call for him to step down. Yep. It says too old to work. Some Americans on the job late in life bristle at calls for Biden to step aside. What is that supposed to mean? I don't care enough to read that. It says, from a media perspective, it was a tale of two Trump speeches and long enough for both. Yeah, he did the longest speech in history, I want to say. I'm sure he was treating it like one of his campaign rallies, and he was just rambling on and on. I mean, I watched it. What I mean is, that's the reason why it was so long, is because he's so used to doing those campaign rallies. He's been doing them since his first run for president. So he's really comfortable getting up there and just rambling on for hours. Missouri woman who served 43 years in prison, free after 1980 murder conviction was overturned. That's why we shouldn't have the death penalty. A man kills a grizzly bear in Montana after it attacks while he is picking berries. Was he telling the truth, or was he just out there to try to kill bears? It says David Letterman will headline Biden fundraiser with Hawaii governor on July 29th. David Letterman. Injured and locked out fans file first lawsuit over Copa American Stampede in Melee. That thing had some, those people broke in too. They climbed in through the rafters and stuff. There was a lot going on with that. American Airlines has a contract deal with flight attendants, and President Biden is happy about it. So what are they talking about this? Because of all the talk in the RNC about labor unions and stuff? EA Sports College Football 25, among most anticipated sports video game in history, hits the market. Most anticipated video game, really? Let's see. Yeah, I see your comment. I don't know what you mean. I've seen the closed video. I don't know what you mean by that. Let's see. Where do we want to go from here? What is this?
This is the weaponized Iranian-made drone that Houthis say they fired from Yemen, caught on camera as it pierced through Israel's air defense system and exploded in central Tel Aviv. Behind me, you can see the American flag flying above the U.S. consulate just a few steps away from where the blast occurred. Eyewitness Yael Giselle Shani was still awake after a night out.
A flash of red, yellow, orange. It was massive, and everything was just shaking.
Fireball.
Her friend Jonathan Cotton was quick to react.
And then I felt this heat on the back of my face. I quickly grabbed my friends, brought them to the grounds, and then rushed them into the bomb shelter in the back. I got my helmets, my gun, my vest. I'd assumed that this was October 7th all over again.
Shrapnel killed one man and injured at least 10 people. Israel had been tracking the unmanned aircraft, but lost it as it came in from the sea. The drone then failed to trigger warning sirens, which Israeli authorities have admitted was due to human error. Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu will visit the U.S. next week to address Congress. Ahead of the Secretary of State Antony Blinken said although some issues still need to be resolved, the long-sought ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel was within sight. Maurice?
Deborah Patta tonight in Israel. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess it's convenient, right? Well, the ceasefire, shouldn't be affected by this, right? Because it wasn't from Hamas, right? It was from the Houthis. So yeah, but any reason to keep from, moving forward with that. So CBS Even News, Iranian-backed Houthi militants have claimed responsibility for a deadly drone strike in Tel Aviv, just 1 block away from the U.S. consulate. 1 man was killed and at least 10 people were injured, Israel Defense Force says. She said, old girl hasn't been asleep since partying last night. I'm gonna jump around because I'm not very organized today. And that's just how we're gonna do it.
If you are watching this program and you're a worker in America, one of millions who are making 10, 12 bucks an hour, if the Republicans win, if Trump wins, there will be no effort to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, zero. So we are trying to bring that wage up. We have almost every Democrat on board. I want more Democrats on board. But we have no Republicans on board to raise the minimum wage in this country to a living wage. And there's one other issue out there. In this, we have, in my view, a broken, dysfunctional healthcare system, which is designed to benefit the drug companies and the insurance companies. And by the way, President Biden has done more to take on the pharmaceutical industry, which is an enormously powerful institution in America, and start lowering prescription drug costs than any president in American history. But we also have a situation right now. If somebody has cancer, unbelievable. You have cancer right now. You got to worry about getting well. But you know what? 1 out of 4 people who have cancer treatment are dealing with bankruptcy. They're losing their homes because they're running up bills of hundreds of thousands of dollars. How insane, how cruel is that? The president wants to end all medical debt in America. That's a step forward. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I saw a clip that said, like, name a country it said, which countries can you go bankrupt for medical bills? And it was like, U.S. It was the only one on the list. Benner Centers, let's be very clear. If you're a worker in America making $7.25 to $10 or $12 an hour, Republicans will make no effort to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, zero. Yeah, comments. It says Bernie looks oddly healthier lately. Anybody else notice that? He looks like his 2016 self. Another one. Okay, Bernie, Biden didn't do shit either. Both suck. Another one. Feel the burn 2024. Bernie is not on the short list to replace Trump. Biden. So that's not gonna happen. That's the whole reason why we got Biden in the first place, because they didn't want Bernie in there. It says Senator Bernie Sanders is a true American and U.S. patriot. Another one. The Dems have not raised the federal minimum wage either. You're right, Bernie. Time to go independent. Another one. Bernie, you did all of this. Take credit where credit is due. We need you for president. Please say you will step up and be our next president of the United States. You invigorate the young and old and the proud. Let's say it loud and move forward with healthcare reform, minimum wage increase, rescue Social Security, and let's save our planet for my children and their children. Run, Bernie, run. President Sanders sounds awesome. Not gonna happen. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. Let's do this. We're jumping around, so forgive me for jumping around, but that's how it's going to go today. It says Texas insurance company says Burrow will cost half of its catastrophe reserve. The devastation of Category 1 storm Hurricane Burrow continues to have its aftershocks in Texans' pockets. The Texas Windstorm Insurance Association said in a meeting this week that it anticipates draining half of its catastrophe reserve funds to cover windstorm damage payouts. And it's like people are complaining so much about, the lights and stuff. And it's like we did have a category storm that hit, and they had like gusts of like 100 miles an hour. And, we have a lot of trees. And then, I know the excuse of the nested outages kind of hurts, especially if you're the one within the area that they say is a nested outage. It's still people without power right now. But they had like over 2 million people without power. And it's been a week now. How long has it been? It was this past Monday, right? My mom finally went home. She went home last night. She was with me during the storms. They didn't have electricity. They finally got it. So I'm finally free. But yeah, this shows that it was pretty devastating, even though it was just a Category 1. Like, people look at it and it's like, oh, it's a Category 1, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But the storm went right over the top of Houston. Like, it crossed, like, we got directly hit by it. It was only a Category 1, but it directly hit us. So we have to take that into consideration. And if these guys are talking about they're spending like half of their money, but then too, I don't have any love for these insurance companies. They're just trying to rip people off anyways. They don't never want to pay out after you've been paying forever. It's like it's a scam. The reading on, it says the TWIA is an insurer of the last resort for many Texans, giving policies only for wind and hail damage to customers who have been denied coverage in the public market. So if they've been denied in the public market and they specifically have wind and hail damage, then they can use this insurance. Yeah, and I'm sure that this company right here never intends on paying out. Like, they never want to, this is probably one of those companies that hardly ever have to pay out, And that's probably why they don't have any money to pay out, because they're like, they spend it. They, the executives got to get bonuses, Yeah, because how often do you have wind and hail damage? It says Chief Actuary Jim Murphy said that the agency expects to use about half of its over $450 million catastrophe fund to pay for the 16,000 claims it has already received. That figure could go up to 20,000 claims for an estimated more than $200 million in payouts. This year is already on track to be one of the most expensive in recent years, according to TWIA. You know, I don't feel for y'all. Like, this is what you do. Like, you're supposed to. How much money have you been taking in over the years? Like, your whole thing is to pay out fucking claims. Like, that's your deal. So you're gonna cry about having to pay out a bunch of claims? Don't cry now. You wasn't crying when you was collecting all that money. The agency voted 5-1 to recommend a 10% premium hike, of course, from the Texas Department of Insurance for residential and commercial policyholders, according to the first report by AM's Best. So since we had to pay out so much, you know, we normally don't have to pay out and all that, and you know, all of our reserves, half of our reserves are gone, so we're gonna have to, you know, raise the price. It says rising property insurance costs in Texas are concerning due to inflation in construction and labor costs and the increasing number of intensity of natural disasters. Analysis by Best Wire found that residential rates are inadequate by 38%, up 18% from a year ago, while commercial rate inadequacy has more than doubled to 45%. Reinsurance costs, that is, insurance companies ceding a portion of premiums to another insurer to spread out their chance of risk, increased sharply this year. Residential rates rose by 20.5% to 44% in terms of rate inadequacy, and commercial rates rose by 24%, causing a rise of 50.4% per TWIA. Wham, wham, wham. Board of Directors, Vice Chair and Committee Member Georgia Niblett. Georgia Niblett. What kind of freaking name is that? Who was the lone dissenter in the rate hike vote, asked the state legislature to deal with what she's calling a statewide crisis, especially after the wildfire that hit Texas earlier this year. If we went to rate adequacy, it still wouldn't fix our problem, said Niblett, per AM Best. It would impact people's ability to live and work here. These aren't rich people. Okay, yeah, like, she's right, and I feel her. But what's crazy is, how are you going to link in the fire situation to this? And it's like, isn't that a totally different insurance? You know, that's what they don't cover, you know? Like, so you have you have the wrong type of insurance. It doesn't cover fire, or it doesn't cover hail, or it doesn't cover wind or whatever. You know, it doesn't cover flooding. That's how they get you. They're like, oh, well, you didn't sign up for that part. Your coverage doesn't extend to cover this. So we can't cover you. All right. What about all the money I was putting in? Well, you know, when you do have an incident that is covered, we'll be happy to take care of you. Comments. It says insurance companies, when it's time to insure. Telling you, man. Another one. Somewhere there's an insurance CEO laying back on his 4 yachts, shrugging his shoulders. Like, where are we going to get the money from, you know? We just don't have it.
Great Hannibal Lecter. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country.
Heather,
Not true.
I've got to say this.
Hmm.
Immigrants are 60% less likely as a percentage to commit crimes than are people who are born in the United States.
Right.
Invasion is an invasion. The invasion.
And the 9th time he's used invasion.
Invasion.
10th time.
Invasion.
This makes 20 references to the word invasion.
The invasion.
22 times he's used invasion. The word kind of that he kept on using over and over and over again was the word invasion.
Yep.
That is the most memorable word here. His theme is that America is being invaded. Others are taking advantage of us. I am a strong enough, powerful enough, dominant enough person,
Chosen
man,
enough.
man,
Chosen enough.
male,
Yep.
that I will stop all of this.
By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population.
The notion that there are black jobs or Hispanic jobs is itself such a discriminatory, bigoted idea. You know, I mean, how can, if you were a black person or if you were a Hispanic, if you were a Latino, how would you like it if somebody said, oh, well, that's a Latino job or that's a black job?
I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built.
He replaced some links and a fence practically. He did 52 miles of 2,000.
And look at the whole notion of an immigration crisis is something that he conjured up. I mean, illegal immigration.
Fox News helped.
Illegal immigration is way down.
All of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it.
Okay, let me be clear. If you are an immigrant who's here illegally, undocumented, you cannot draw any sort of $1 billion more in
Legally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported.
Trump's massive deportation plan would be a disaster, a humanitarian disaster. It would be an economic disaster. He wants to round up 11 to 15 million people, put them in concentration camps.
They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums.
Also, this is just a smear. There is no evidence that people are coming from mental institutions or
None.
jails, which
None.
is his other favorite thing
Zero.
to say.
This is an example of demagoguery.
Robert Wright, he says, Trump's supposed unity speech was all about smearing immigrants. Here are the facts. Comments, it says, the main purpose of this rhetoric is to divide the working class and get people to blame immigrants for their problems instead of the ultra wealthy and capitalism. Immigrants aren't buying all the houses and stealing the wealth of this country. The billionaires are the same people Trump wants to cut taxes and cut regulations for. Another comment says, the kid that apparently shot at him was an American citizen. Read that again. Another comment, what about his wife? She was born in USA. Was she born in USA? Us. Is it an invasion? Just idiocy 24/7. I don't know if that was badly written or I just can't read. This comment, it says, how can they take 107% of the jobs? How would that? Yeah, that kind of stuck out to me too. Like, why did he use that particular number? Did he have a stat or something that was like 107%? They're taking 107% of the jobs. Comment, it says, why is he still wearing the bandage after 5 days? If the wound was bad, he would have gotten stitches. From what I know about getting stitches, you don't want to cover up the wound for more than 1 to 2 days, maybe a third. And if, however, the wound was small, it's time to take that off. Also, since Trump is milking this tragedy for every vote he can, his doctor should show us a photo of what the wound was when he was brought into the emergency room. And lastly, ironic that when he was shot, he was talking about the lawless criminals coming into America from the southern border, saying they were murderers, and yet he was shot by a white American-born male using the same type of rifle Trump continues to file. He will protect those over our school children. Yeah, I think that, vanity is the reason why he's wearing that bandage. You just don't want people to see, like, you know, how his ear looks.
Days, 8 schools have.
Oh, snap.
10 days, 8 schools have been hit in Gaza by the Israeli military. 6 of them are United Nations schools that were housing civilians who were seeking shelter. Now, the Israeli military justifies this by saying that Hamas has moved its operation from underground tunnels to these schools. But doctors that we have spoken to who are battling to cope in hospitals overrun with casualties say at least 2/3 of the victims that they have treated have been women and children. Now, people in Gaza over this 9 months of war have been moved up and down the territory repeatedly. Israel keeps on striking areas, some of them that have been deemed safe zones. The United Nations, Philip Lazzarini, has said that all rules of war have been broken and that losing our humanity should not become the new norm. 10 days, 8.
So it says Israel's military has bombed 8 schools in 10 days, including 6 that are United Nations run schools housing civilians who are seeking shelter. It says housing civilians who were seeking shelter. Israel says the strike have targeted Hamas militants and says the fighters have recently moved some of their operations from tunnels to schools. But doctors tell CBS News that most of the victims they have treated were women and children. Yep, it's the same story. Same story.
Tel Aviv, where the attack happened. To give you an idea of the location, the US Embassy is just over here. You can see the flag fluttering in the distance. The Mediterranean Sea is just beyond that. Now, according to people that we've spoken to, this is a residential area. They believe that that was the target of the attack. And you can see some of the damage here. If you look up at this building, people reported hearing 2 blasts, a primary blast and then a secondary one. And the shrapnel and the fallout from the blast wave hit the buildings. Over here, cars have been damaged as well from the falling fragments. You can see the window here of this car has been shattered. We also spoke to one man who told us his friend was killed in this attack. He was sleeping on one of the roofs of the buildings here, and it's believed he was hit by falling shrapnel. Now, although there is loss of life and although there is damage here in central Tel Aviv, it's not that is the most significant thing. This will be claimed as a major victory by Israel's enemies. It is symbolic. They've managed to hit the commercial capital of the country. And as for the Israeli defense forces, they will be now looking at how to respond to this attack in the heart of the Jewish state.
Yep, terrorism. So yeah, it's not that so many people died, but it's the terror that it causes. So everyone's going to be afraid, you know, when is the next drone going to come? Is it going to hit me? Am I going to die? My friends or whatever. So it's that terror that has the impact whenever something like this happens. It says Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels have claimed responsibility for a drone strike near the U.S. Embassy in central Tel Aviv, leaving 1 person dead. Comments. It says the highest court of justice in the world just ruled that Israel is violating international law by Palestinian territories, and the apartheid and segregation has been vastly proven. Israel, a rogue state. Yeah, I'm going to cover that because that's kind of big news. Yeah. Well, I'm going to wait for it to pop up, though.
Thank you, Donald Trump. This man is a pathological liar.
He put us 8 trillion in debt just in 4 years. Our kids will never forgive us for that.
He does not want us to solve the problem at the border. He wants to lay the blame of the border at Biden. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
You can be the most worthless Republican in America, but if you kiss the ring, he'll say you're wonderful.
President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States.
To my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible, there will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
Tell you what I really think of Donald Trump. This man is a pathological liar.
A lot of them, a few of them has changed their tune since then. Some of those clips were from when some of them were running to be the, against Trump. So, yeah, since then, a number of them have changed their tune, but it's just, these are clips of Republicans, saying negative things about Trump. Comment. It says, I'm like everybody else. I'm tired of hearing the Democrats speak negatively about Donald Trump. So I Googled what the Republicans are saying about him. It says, y'all not researching or paying attention. I'm people over politics. Do better. Comment. It says, how soon they forget and how fast they flip-flop. Yep. Comment. It says, this is an example of doing what is best for the party. We Democrats need to stop talking about whether Biden can do the job or prepare for post his election. We are wasting time and money and resources on this discussion. This is the Republican way, regardless of how we feel or felt. It's party first. Biden 2024. Another one thing about the RNC, they fall in line. That man is a detriment to this country, and yet they all on bended knee to him.
Who else they gonna get?
For you talking about for Trump or Biden?
Yeah, no, for any one of them. I mean, at the end of the day, you're picking the less of the two evils. It was the same thing when Trump and Hillary ran against each other. It's the same thing now. But at the end of the day, I think people are missing the point, bro. The United States, like, we're not respected in any country under this administration. We're being attacked, attacks that we're not even hearing about, that they're not even telling us about, that people are not even taking the time to actually research because they're worried about Donald Trump and Biden. They're not focusing on the attacks and the different things that are happening behind the scenes. Like today was a prime example. With everything being shut down. You know what I'm saying? The internet, planes, people, flights being delayed. Like just think about the uproar. Just think about what people will be facing. Hospitals, they had to literally shut down emergency rooms. You know what I'm saying? But we're more focused on the presidential candidate. We're talking about that Donald Trump went against the Constitution, that he allowed the insurrection. But have we ever stopped to think that people are pissed, that people are tired of the bullshit that we're facing in this country, that we're tired of being lied to, that we're tired of the corruption in Washington, that we're tired of this fucking, it's basically a gang, red or blue, you choose. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's thinking about that. They're just saying that, oh, he allowed these people. Have y'all thought about those citizens that went in the White House are tired of being lied to, bro? We're tired of being fucked. Have they thought about that we're one mistake, that we're one conflict away from basically annihilating and wiping the world as we know it? There's nuclear missiles pointed at us. We got nuclear missiles pointed at them. And if North Korea fires a nuclear missile at us, yeah, we may fire 82 back, but guess where ours got to cross? They got to cross Russia to get to North Korea. So now Russia thinks that we're performing a nuclear attack against them. Guess what? The world is annihilated, bro.
Yeah.
We don't exist. The only way to exist, to live, is to live underground. Have we thought about that world? Have we thought about getting a strong leader in office, somebody that can be respected on the world stage, somebody that can bring some type of order into this country, somebody that may not necessarily be the best, but have some kind of morals or respect for people? Because right now this administration don't, because if they did, they wouldn't be sending billions of dollars that we don't have. Trump, let's admit it, let's admit it. The honest truth is that Trump and Biden both sent money and spent money that we didn't have. Trump created a 4.7 trillion dollar deficit. Then Biden came right along behind him and another $4 trillion deficit, and the money that's still being spent. They both had horrible spending, but at the end of the day, people were doing better. And then they want to blame Trump. They want to point the finger at the president behind this pandemic that came out. Nobody was aware of it. Have we thought about the pandemic was an attack on humanity in this country, to show how weak we really are? Because all of this shit is just picking apart the weak points of our country. Like, we don't think about that, but we want to point the finger. Oh, Trump was in office when this happened, and look at what happened. Like, come on, bro. Think beyond the bullshit, the rhetoric, the falsehood of what the media is putting out there, and think for yourselves and do the research. Have we thought about that out of 8 million people so far that have come across the border, they only caught 50 of the known terrorists that are on the blacklist for this country? 50. So that means they don't know how many are in this country right now. Have we thought about that? What happened 9/11? When you think about it happening again, you triple that, which that makes 9/11 look like a fucking, donkey and pony show or a dress rehearsal. Have we thought about that? Because it's gonna happen. It's not if, it's when. But we're focusing on president and what Trump has done and this and this and that. Come on, dog. Come on, bro. Let's be real about it, because, bro, we're one, and to be honest with you, it can all be stopped by a phone call. Trump started the negotiation with the Taliban. Then he got voted out of office. Biden went through. Nobody talks about the Doha conference that they had. Nobody talks about the $40 million that we send a week to the Taliban that is ruining Afghanistan. Do you know that the Afghanistan people are actually happy with what we did over there? That we put the RNF in place. They just need support. They're not getting support. But they're also telling us that, guess what? The Taliban has pretty much infiltrated our country. Hamas is in our country right now. They're just waiting to attack. Have we thought about EMP attacks? Everybody that's driving a new car, a car that's 2010 or newer, is controlled by a computer. You're driving down the highway one day, all of a sudden your car just takes off from you. Your brakes doesn't work, your windows don't roll down, your doors lock on you, and now you're fucking crashing into, a petroleum plant, an oil field locker, storage facility. Like, we don't think about that, bro. Like, come on, man. It's bigger than the arguments that people are arguing about, and the shit doesn't make sense. It's stupid to me, because it's bigger than this.
Well, I mostly agree with you. I mean, it's definitely really dangerous times, and I just feel like, it's an illusion of choice between Trump and Biden, and if we really want things to change, we can't put all our faith in one individual to bring all of that change about. Like, that's just not going to happen. I think the focus needs to be on the money in the politics, the lobbying, the the how much it costs to get elected, the ads, Citizens United, all the dark money that's pouring into campaigns. What's his name? The guy JD Vance, he
I
barely
think
won
you
his
just said
election.
the most. I think you just said the most important thing. The people. The statement that you made before that with the people, and that's what we need to get back to, bro. In this country, we have gotten totally there. Nobody empathizes. I don't need you to sympathize. Nobody empathizes. The love, the humanity in this country is gone. If we bring that back and we can get together on a world stage, people will respect us a lot more just for that. As us as citizens standing up and banding together, we're so divided. It's so easy to be infiltrated. We're weak at every fucking access point. Yes, we have a military where they spend billions of dollars a year, but look at how weak we are, bro. Look at how easily shit can happen. The borders being open for anybody to come in. And everybody want to say it's the Mexicans. No, it's not. It's not the Mexicans that are coming in. Like, we're weak in so many ways. Like, we have so many weak points, bro. Like, everybody life is at stake. White, black, Asian, whoever. Life is at your family. Any lineage that you may leave behind, lives are at stake and at risk
Yeah,
of not surviving at this
yeah.
point.
Wars aren't fought like they were in the past. So like cheap tech gets through. Like I just covered the story of the drone that made it to Tel Aviv, and they have like the most advanced security system of any country in the world, and a drone was able to make it through and hit their heart. So little cheap tech, like all the money that we spend on the military is not making us safer, basically.
No, because all of the money that we spend on the military, all of that money goes to one company and one company only. It's funneled through Pratt and Whitney and all of these other military companies, but it all, at the end of the day, if you look at BlackRock and you look at the lineage, if you look at the breakoffs of BlackRock, they own all of these companies that hold government contracts. They own all of this shit. From even BlackRock got their hands in Walmart. They got their hands in majority of the food that we consume, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we as people, like, as sad as it may sound, and you my brother and I love you, bro, but as sad as it may sound, to see that insurrection, that shit, it literally gave me a hard on. Like, it made me feel like people were tired. And it's like, fuck this. For whatever reason they went in there, whether we agree with it or not, those people had the heart to go in there and say, fuck this, we gonna fuck this shit up. We pay for it anyway. Our tax dollars pay for this shit. No matter what people, I may sound silly as fuck, but let's be real, bro. Like, we need more of that. We need to put this government in check because what they're doing to us is ridiculous. We got children, bro. We may be dead and gone. Our kids got to deal with this shit. And our elders, our grandmas and aunts and shit, you remember the speeches that they gave? What they always say, they want us to be well off and better off than what they ever had to face. And right now, I guarantee you, the old saying is true. They turning over in their fucking graves. Right or wrong.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I don't know when.
people don't want to hear that kind of talk, you know what I'm saying, especially from a black male. But I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, at the end of the day, I got children. I got a wife, I got children. I care. I care what happens to this country. This is the only country that I know. And even though I'm talking shit on this live podcast, about this country. I love this country, and I feel like it's still the greatest country in the world because, you know, and one thing that I love more than anything else is freedom. You know what I'm saying? Like freedom and the freedoms that we have, but that now is being challenged. We don't have the freedom. They're slowly taking away the freedoms that we once knew. It's leaving us, bro. Whether people want to admit it or not. But we're constantly fighting over parties. Democratic Party, Biden, and what Biden's done, this, that, and this, that. Like, man, we need a strong leader. We need somebody that can be respected, that can somebody that for the most part is putting the people over the bullshit, over profit and everything else. Like this last storm has showed the crime that has been done across all states, not just Houston, Texas, people being without power. Like it showed us, bro, like people are fed up, dude, and we like it's sickening what our world is coming to. And I feel like we're talking and fighting about the wrong things, man. Like humanity is lost, bro. Like we have no love for one another. And
And
it's
I think
scary
that's the
times.
answer. It's just, not having your neighbor as an enemy. Stop letting these people divide us, especially over like cultural issues. We mostly agree on things, but the media focuses on those few things that we disagree on and they make them bigger than they are. Meanwhile, they get to leave out the back door with the bag and things don't change. And, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and most of us just get effed over. But let me ask you though, what do you think what do you think is going to happen after Trump? Like Trump can only be in there for so long, bro. Like let's say he
You
wins,
know,
he does his 4 years, and then what happens after that?
you know, I'll be honest with you. I honestly I don't truly know. I don't truly know, and we have to just even though we may get Trump in office, we got to still be progressive in thinking, and we got to think about the future because you're right. He can only be in there for so long, and I would hope that I'm not saying he can turn things around. I'm not just putting my hope in him, and that he's gonna turn everything around for us or for everybody or for this country. But I hope that in his time that we can build some type of trust and some type of relationships because I think that we need to focus on America first, but I also feel like we need to outsource relationships. And right now our relationships are not there anymore. Nobody trusts us. This pandemic has showed us. China is ganging up. They're getting people to agree and to denounce the dollar at an all-time rate. They're in Afghanistan right now. They're funding the Taliban and fuck, what's the other one? The one that Bin Laden was a part of. Like, I honestly I don't have the answer to it, but I would hope that we can build some relationships, and I would hope that his time in office that maybe he can get some good people, or maybe we can get some good people on his team that we would feel like can be our leader of the free world.
I just think that uh way of going at things is just going to lead us to the same situation that we're in. I think that the systems that we have in place is what needs to be focused on and changed, you know, rebuilt from the ground up. It's just the system is going to continue to give us people like Biden and Trump to choose from because that's what we have in place. And as long as we focus on who is the leader or the helm, who is in the position of power at the specific time, then the system continues to work in the way that it's been working, and nothing essentially changes. You know, that's what I, that's what I think that they do with especially so like people know that local elections are the ones that really matter, but people get all riled up in the presidential election, and it's because of the way that it's covered in the media that it's, you know, it's the most important election of your lifetime, like the world's going to come to an end, like you have to vote, or like your life depends on it, because it does. You know, every freaking 4 years they say the same shit, and it's really just getting old, you know, and it's just like bait and switch. It's just a good cop, bad cop. Like ultimately the corporation's still making lots of money. They still getting deregulated. There's no unions. The people aren't getting paid a fair
But I
wage.
think that's why we need I think that's why we need.
The prices
I
keep
think
going
that's
up
why
on
we need
everything.
a strong leader.
But
I feel like that's why we need a strong leader, and I feel like that's why we need somebody that can put America, and when I say America, I'm talking about everybody as a whole, and put a stop to what's going on. I'm not saying Trump. I'm not saying that Trump is gonna do that or can do that or even has the ability to do that.
I don't think that he has the power to do it at all. So like, you
But
know,
that's
the deep
I'm
state
not
is
really
real.
even talking about. But I'm not even really just pointing the finger and talking about him, bro. I'm talking about us as a whole, as in this country. We're so divided, and by and by us continuing to follow the narrative of what's being put out there, they are allowed to do this shit in Washington. They are allowed to do. We are allowing them. Let's be honest. We are allowing them. At the end of the day, we have the power. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
well, we
saying?
have
We
to
are
exercise
allowing
that
them.
power.
Yeah, but how can we exercise if you have this one side that wants to exercise the power, but then you have other people that's sitting back and waiting or feel defeated or feel like, what I'm gonna go up there and fight these people for when this shit ain't like, bro, like we have to get back to. I can't speak for every other race. I can only speak for our people. We have to get back to what our people did, how they fought for us, how they fought for you and I to even have a voice today. We got to get back to that shit. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, yes, there's going to be casualties, there's going to be this or that, but if you believe in freedom, if you truly believe in freedom and the freedom of your children and whoever comes behind your children, then there's gonna be a sacrifice that has to be made. And at the end of the day, no, I don't want to fucking die, but at the end of the day, if it means that my children have freedom and they can live a life somewhat peaceful, somewhat decent, if that's what we got to do, then like that's what we got to do. We can't keep fucking tucking our hands in our pants, bro, and expecting for these people to make change for us. We got to make them make change.
Yeah, you got to get out there in the streets. Like that's it. Let me I want to play some of this. It's talking about it says RNC, are black men really flocking to Trump's GOP? So I want to play some of this and I want you to make some comments. So stop me when you want to make a comment.
All right, I got you.
This is Tara Graham for the Real News Network, and I'm here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Republican National Convention. And I had a question. Polls are saying that black men are going to be voting more and more for former President Donald Trump. And I wanted to know why. So I came to the Black Republican Mayors Association event to ask the source why they are voting for Donald Trump and why they think more black men will be doing the same.
Michael Austin, Kansas Republican delegation.
Why are you representing the Republican Party?
I'm a guy that really likes to focus on facts. And of course, just is it easier to live your life, buy a house, run a business? And it's clear that President Trump has done an amazing job for the African-American community, of course, for me and my family as well. And so I have no qualms about supporting him again this time.
You know, black voters have a tendency to vote Democrat. What would you say to them to sway them?
Well, I'd say black Democrats or black voters are just like any other American voters. They care about the prices at the pump. They care about the prices at checkout. And it's clear that 4 years ago, prices were considerably cheaper than where they are now. So if you want it to be a little bit more affordable to live your life, not live paycheck to paycheck, then let's actually vote for the guy who actually made that happen in our lifetime, and that's President Trump.
Yeah, I don't know that
Man,
that's true. That and people have been saying that for the longest. But we had a pandemic that happened, you know, and they were talking about supply chain issues and whatever, and that's the reason why they had to raise prices or whatever. And these corporations took advantage of that situation, and you know they used that as an excuse to continue to price gouge people. You know,
yeah,
and that's the reason why the prices have gone up, and I don't know that Trump had much to do with, like people
maybe
might
he
have
didn't
felt.
allow it. Maybe he didn't allow it as our president, because at the end of the day, yes, prices are going up, and in my personal opinion, just looking at the grand scheme of things, they're making more money. Yes, Biden has done some things. You know what I'm saying? You got to give him credit for some of the things that he has done. There's not very many. He has done some things, but everything that Biden followed was already put in place by the Trump administration. He just followed through with it. He piggybacked off of that. I don't see the reason why. The only other reason I see, the only rational or factual reason, in my opinion, I say this in my opinion, for the corporations to continue to raise the prices of things and price gouge, they're allowed to do that. There's no reason to do that, because I
Yeah,
feel like they would still make the profits that they were making before, with the prices being cheap, as they're making probably triple now. And it's crippling our economy, is crippling people at an all-time rate. Like, bro,
yeah,
groceries are through the roof, and that's like, I was having a conversation with somebody about the Fed, and them controlling the interest rates and this and that. We also have to look at too, people can afford this stuff, or making a we can't you can't tell somebody that can actually afford to go out here and work hard not to buy this. But people are still buying these high ass vehicles. People are still buying these houses that are overpriced. So from their perspective, they're looking at that. That's why you get Biden on TV saying, what deficit? What recession we're in? Because people are still buying these houses. People
yeah,
are still paying 100 grand for a Ford F-250.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? People are still paying 50 grand for a fucking Nissan Maxima.
Well, if they
I
if
don't
they
know
don't,
that they're that much. That may be a little exaggeration. I know we're live and you
well, if
want to
they
be more factual, but
yeah, well, if
I'm
they don't
just
have
saying.
much choice, they want to drive a luxury vehicle. They want to look nice. They want to stunt for their friends or whatever is their motivation.
Nah, well, see,
And
that's the problem. That's the problem right there. Stunting for somebody else. I don't stunt bro. I drive a 2004 Ford Ranger with 216,943 miles on it.
yeah, but see, look, the point is that as long as these corporations are able to lobby Congress, as long as they're writing the legislation, as long as they're lining the pockets of, these politicians, then they're going to get what they want to get. And the president only has so much power. How can he possibly put pressure on these corporations so that to force them to not price gouge? You know what I'm
But where
saying?
where 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 does the American people, where do we take accountability? I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, and you probably gonna get some fucked up comments about me. But as American people, where do we take accountability?
I
Where do
mean, we
we step in? No, hold on. Where do we step in and we say, yes, okay, the food, I understand. You gotta feed yourself, you gotta feed your children, this, that, and the third. You gotta have lights. I don't agree with that shit. The necessity shit, I don't agree with. I don't agree with them overcharging people for electricity, for food, for prices at the pump. All of the I don't agree with that. Let me make that clear. But the other bullshit, if you're not towing or using that truck for work, or if you don't have a farm, or you pulling horses or this or that, and you just going out to buy this fucking truck as a status, and you're gonna lift it up and put 30-inch, You're gonna do 30. You're gonna do 30 by 16-inch fucking off road with Mickey Thompson mud grapplers or Nitto mud grapplers on it, and that's gonna be your fucking weekend, ride to go. Then it's your fault. We have to take accountability, and we don't. We sit back and we want to blame the president. Dude, they're not doing nothing to us that us as Americans haven't allowed. And you have to really sit back and you have to take accountability for that shit.
Yeah.
If you don't need it, don't go buy it.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. You have to take a personal accountability. My car has like 180. It's paid for, but it's got like 178,000 miles on it. You know what I mean?
But it runs good. It runs good because you take care of it.
I just got the oil changed in that thing this last Friday. So, but people being conservative economically isn't going to stop these corporations from price gouging.
Yes, it will, because if you stop paying for that shit, if you stop going to, if people, dude, I'm not condemning anybody that has the money that can go and pay $120,000 for a pickup truck, that can go and pay $130,000, $140,000, maybe $200,000 for a Shelby Mustang GT 500 or whatever the prices are going. I'm not condemning nobody. If you have it and you can afford it and you can go do it, go do it. But we have to understand it's not the masses that are going out there buying that shit.
Yeah, but
that can actually afford that shit. But
think
now,
about all of the new people that come into the economy.
In this time,
like young folks, they don't know a lot of stuff.
Yes, but that's why we have to. That's where parenting comes in. We have to teach our kids economics. We can't depend on the school system. We have to teach our children economics and the importance of money, the importance of investing and living for tomorrow. There's a chance the shit that they told us that you can't, when you die, you can't take it with you. Well, motherfucker, it's a chance I may live tomorrow. So I need to be able to live tomorrow.
Yeah.
But right now, what we have is everybody is looking and they're like, man, shit, man, what's the name down the street? He went got that F450 Dually Platinum, got that thing sitting up on 30s. I'm finna go get me one. And everybody is playing follow the leader. Nobody is being a leader. If we stop buying this shit and we go back and we buy used vehicles, economical vehicles, like I say, unless you're using that truck to actually for a purpose, working this, that, and the third, just going out there and drive. You think they don't watch that shit? You think Ford, Ram, and Chevy is not looking at the people that come in and buy these trucks?
Yeah,
and they taking the data when you bring it in there for a service.
They're
taking the data, like everything is numbers, and they're taking the data of this stuff, bro. And it's like we have to take that. Like I say, I'm not blaming nobody. I'm not faulting anybody. I'm not trying to shame anybody that has the money to. If you can afford it, go out and do it. But when you have people that truly can't afford it but want to live like the Joneses and going out here and do this, they're looking at that. Everything everything is calculated, bro. You know this shit. They're watching, they seeing, they know who can afford this. The banks know. When they run your credit, they know what you're making. They know what kind of money you got.
Let me play some more of this.
I'm going to ask you to comment on something that Michigan Representative John James said. And he said last night at Republican National Convention, he said, I'm going to say something that's going to make progressives mad. There is no racism in this country. When you hear a statement like that, do you think that represents most Black Republicans' thoughts?
I don't know about most Black Republican slots, but I think what he's speaking to is just that this is the land of opportunity. Jim Crow was 50, 60, 70 years ago. And by and large, where we end up in life is a real decision of our choices, whether we're willing to make that hard decision, make that hard work, and tirelessly work to see the dreams that we have. And I think it goes to show that while there's still bad actors out there, by and large, if you work hard, you can still achieve what you want to do.
In relation to the vote, we've been seeing polls that are saying that African-American men look like they're really going to turn out for Trump. What are your thoughts on this? We saw that it could be as high as 20%, whereas it seems like African-American women are lagging behind.
I would agree with that. I think that's exactly what's happening. More African-American men are moving towards conservatism or the Republican Party. And I think that's been one because of Trump, but also two, the Democratic Party has been demonizing men, whether you're white, black, or red. You know, they've been telling men that you shouldn't be men. They've been telling that men should be women, or that men should play in sports with girls or women. And I feel like it's simply pushing them away. So I see it's kind of a two-pronged effect. We have Trump here that's doing what he can to entice more Black Americans, whether you're a man or a woman. And then you have the Democrats that only want to pick and choose who they want to be in their party.
So my name is Deontay Johnson.
So what do you think is leading to it being the numbers are of Black men voting for Trump so much more than Black women? Like, what is the reason for that divide? What do you think?
Man, you know, I think at this point, like, I mean, I honestly don't have a clear answer for that as far as more men voting for Trump, more Black men voting for Trump as opposed to Black women. I think honestly, I just think a lot of Black women aren't on board with him and his ideology and his, you know, and what he puts out there. And to be honest with you, I don't think that a lot of Black women particularly likes the current administration. You know, if I go based off of the Black women that I grew up around, they didn't depend on no government. They wasn't on government subsidy. They wasn't on food stamps. They got out there and they bust their ass no matter what the economy, you know, did. You know, and maybe we have a lot more of our sisters going back to that, you know, looking at what they can do out here in the workforce and becoming their own bosses and creating their own lane in their own way, you know, as opposed to, you know, I don't really want to speak for all Black males, but, you know, maybe the man is, you know, maybe we're looking more at further down the line, you know, maybe that's our way of looking further down the line and trying to get, you know, a leader in that's gonna ease things up for our pockets so that we can put more into our household or our families, whereas maybe, you know, Black women are looking at going outside of the home and doing what they can do and becoming their own bosses and not giving a fuck about who's in office. I don't really know. I can't give a I don't know that I have enough factual evidence to really give an answer or to per se try to speak for all of Black women and all of Black men. You know, I vote based off of my needs. I vote based off of the industry that I'm in. It's been a proven fact. It's a track record since I've been in the industry that I'm in that we do better under a Republican House. You know, we're not regulated as much. You know, businesses actually are willing to pay. You know, my income goes up significantly as opposed to Democrats being in the House, and I'm just being honest. You know, so I vote based off of what I feel it takes for me to provide for my house, and that may sound selfish, but that's just the way that I voted. You know, but I can also say that I don't like what's going on in our country. I feel like we're so divided and we're not together as people. And that may be contrary to what I'm speaking and saying now, about how I vote, but I don't, I honestly don't feel like that I'm educated enough or I've done enough, I've asked enough questions to actually give a concrete or, my
Yeah.
best answer at that.
Yeah,
So
I don't know I don't know the answer either. But I think about education, and Black women are like the most educated ethnic group in the United States. I want to say, um, and maybe that has an impact on them, supporting Trump or not supporting Trump or whatever. And the idea that you had about like not really being concerned on who is the president or which party is in charge, I think that may have an impact too. Like, you get to a point where you're like, I'm gonna take care of business regardless of who is in
yeah,
there.
I'm gonna make a way. And like I say, bro, I know this is and that's not to speak against any other race of woman. I'm just speaking off of the women that I grew up around, the women that had a hand in my upbringing. They were strong women. Even at their lowest, their weakest, they were strong. They made a way. You know what I'm saying? They showed up every day. And that's why I get pissed off when I hear people saying that these black mothers and this and that are on welfare and they fraud in the system and this and the women I grew up around, that shit is not true. Because we lived in the hood, barely fucking eating, putting the oven on broil to put bread in the oven just so we can toast it up, get it hard enough to scrape the mold off of the fucking bread to eat. You know what I'm saying? Buying fucking 25-cent cans of fucking Ralph beans, ranch style beans, and a pack of fucking weenies and fucking making a huge ass pot of beanies and weenies over a bed of white rice. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't on no
That
fucking government subsidy. We didn't get no food stamps. They wouldn't give, and we living in the hood. I remember
that,
not
that
having
same
no
can of
lights and
beans
having
is
to rush home.
that same can of beans
Huh?
is $1.25 now.
Yeah. I remember rushing home from school, trying to get home, take a bath, and be able to get your clothes out and do your homework and get your clothes out for the next day before it got dark. Try to have whatever light you had to get your clothes out of the closet and out of the drawer and shit. Like
Yeah.
we wasn't on no government subsidy. So I just feel like, in all honesty, bro, like what the media tries to portray of our black women, that's bullshit because most black women and like I say, I'm not speaking against any other race. I'm just telling you what I've never been outside I've never been, but the women I've been around, the women that I've dealt with, the woman that I'm currently married to, been with 17 years, is strong and don't
Yeah.
fold. Even at her weakest, even when I'm on my bullshit, she holds shit down.
Yeah. Let me play some
So
more. Let me play some more
I,
of this, and let me hear your comments.
Johnson. I'm the president of the Black Conservative Federation.
Let me just ask you, what drew you to the Republican Party?
The policies, the principles, First Amendment, Second Amendment, common sense regulation, free enterprise, limited government. Those are the policies that drew me to the party, but also protecting the sanctity and dignity of life.
As I'm sure you know very well, most Black folks are Democrats. What would you say to them to bring them to your table?
Well, I tell people to look at your situation. The situation that you're having right now. If you've been voting Democratic for so long and you're still in the same situation, it may be time to change. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
The polls are showing that Black men might come out as high as 20% in support of former President Trump. Seems like Black women are lagging behind a little bit, though. Why do you think President Trump and his platform are appealing to Black men?
The Democratic Party has for so long pushed Black men aside in the homes and in the jobs and the criminal justice system. They've never been a target. And so the Republican Party has started to appeal to them because of the policies, because of what you're seeing in the community, because of everything that you're seeing, even when it comes to the birthplace. and saying that, oh, a man doesn't have, it's not his choice. It's the woman's choice. It's her body, her choice. The 1990 crime bills, that Joe Biden did, and then Kamala Harris tough on crime policies as well. Those are things that we've seen. Those are things that the black men have seen, and they're saying, listen, why am I supporting this party that has done this?
On the convention floor last night, and I saw Michigan Representative John James say that I'm going to make a lot of progressives upset, but I'm going to say it again. There's no racism in the United States. How would you respond to that statement?
So I would never say that there's no racism in the United States. I would say that, unfortunately, there's bad actors. Unfortunately, there's bad people. But I would say that there's racism on both sides. But I wouldn't say there's no racism in the United States.
My name is Stephen Mullins.
The guy said some of the same comments that the other guy said, and then talking about that, there's bad actors.
I don't call them bad actors. I just call them ignorant motherfuckers. They ignorant, and that's just my opinion. That's my personal belief. But hey, they can believe and feel how they want to feel. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like that right now in our current state, yeah, there is racism. There is the systemic racism. There is shit that we deal with as black men in this world, black women in this world. Well, in our society anyway. Racism still does exist. They try to, what do you say? How do you say that? They try to put comb it over, but the shit still exists. You know what I'm saying? And I honestly feel like until you have ownership and you own your own, you'll never, as a black man, you'll never get to where you truly want to be working. In a lot of these corporations, the people that own these corporations may not even be from here, may not be racist at all, but the people that are in place, the people that have the positions are from here, and they have the ability. They don't look like you, they don't think like you, and they have the ability to stop your growth. You know what I'm saying? No matter how hard you work, I've seen it. I deal with it. And the job that I work for, a corporation that is worldwide, that's in pretty much every corner of the world. And I deal with it, and it sucks. So I'm not going to say that racism doesn't exist. I feel like it comes in all forms and fashions, if you ask me.
Yeah. So one of the other comments he made was about small government. And I've been making this argument for the longest about, the Republican Party is supposed to be the party of small government, but it's not looking like that's what they represent nowadays, because the stuff related to the issues that Abbott had with the government. What am I thinking of? The Death Star bill, it's supposed to be bottom up government, instead it's top down. They're pushing for these executive type of orders, like they're pushing for abortion, nationwide ban of abortion. Wouldn't that be considered big government? You're not allowing the states to make that's not where we are right now, but that's the direction that it's looking like it's going into, where they originally was saying it's all about states' rights, but then you have people in the Republican Party who's pushing for a nationwide ban on abortion.
My thing is, this whole, first of all, I, as a man, don't feel like that I should be telling a woman that I have no dealings with that she shouldn't have an abortion. It's her body, it's her choice. Do I agree with it? Me personally, no, I don't. I don't agree with it. But if I'm dealing with somebody and I just so happen to get you pregnant and you talking about abortion, you don't know that you're ready for a child, there again, I can't speak for every man. My my next question, hey, can you just deliver this child? I don't need your help. I'll find a way. I'll make this shit happen. This is my child. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I don't feel that we have the right. Then my next thing is all of a sudden they're talking about, you think about how they were speaking about that all of these minorities, these blacks, this, that, are on government subsidies, fraud in the system. They're having all of these babies, this, that, just to stay on these assistance. They're getting all this money and this and that. Then all of a sudden they come out trying to ban and make abortion illegal. At the same time, with them doing that shit, they're targeting our communities with this shit. They're locking people and women in our communities up for this shit. So it's like, what the fuck do y'all want? And I feel like that shows us as blacks that at the end of the day, they need us. We haven't truly woke up to this shit and using our power, because it's like it's contradictory. Like, does that make sense what I'm saying to you? Like,
Yeah.
they're only targeting certain communities, certain demographics with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense to me, man. Like, I don't know about small government, this or that. For me, I feel like the Republican Party is just as big as any other party. The Democratic Party, I feel like the Republican Party is full of shit, just like the other side. Um, I do feel like in each party you have people that truly care about the people and want to actually see change. I do feel like their hands are tied in some instances, but I also feel like that if you put yourself in that position in those places, then you know what comes with it, and sometimes making that sacrifice is what comes with it.
Yeah. Let me
And
play some more
I
of
feel
this.
like none of them are willing to actually make that sacrifice. I feel like they settle. They take the easy way out and they settle for whatever they're pushing, and they
Yeah.
change their tune. Like, that's just me.
Let me play some more of this.
And I am part of the Connecticut delegation to the Republican National Convention.
I want to know what brought you to the Republican Party. What policies inspired you?
I have been
Hey, can I say
active
that? I
with the
know you're
Republican
playing a
Party since I
video.
was a child. I was politically inspired by President Reagan.
What's that? I'm sorry. What do you say?
Man, I know you started playing this video, but one thing, and I hadn't said nothing, I've been skipping over it, trying to answer the questions. One thing that I don't like is how she is holding the mic in these black men face, and they like and she keeps putting that out there. It's like she's trying to put that shit out there in the heads of people. Most blacks vote Democratic. Like, that has, to me, that has nothing to do with the question. That has nothing to do with, like, it's almost like she's still trying to program, basically. Like, vote Democratic. Because if you notice, that's what she keeps saying, even at their highest talking points, and them explaining themselves. Well, most blacks vote Democratic.
Yeah.
Where are the statistics on this shit? What blacks vote? Most blacks vote Democratic, because I believe that there was probably more over the years that have voted Republican, bro. But they don't put these numbers. Like this media, this shit right here. They're promoting one side. They're not putting. Where's the factual evidence? And we listen to that shit, and we go vote Democratic because of the bullshit that she's saying. I believe that before this whole Trump and Biden thing, I believe that you probably had way more black people that voted Republican. you know, it's like I don't get it, Chuck. Help me to make sense of it. Explain it to me. Am I wrong for looking at it this way?
Well, I mean, you may have a point as far as kind of trying to push the narrative or whatever, like put the pressure. I think there is a amount of pressure that's being applied when she's saying, you know, most black people vote Democrat. But it's true that black people tend to vote Democrat, whether it's right or wrong. That's what the reality of it is. But maybe she is applying pressure to be like, oh, you're an outlier, so why are you so weird? You know, you're a strange black person. You're voting Republican. Like, what is wrong with you? I don't know that that's what she's trying to do, but I could see your perspective on that. Let me play some more of this.
As an elementary school student, and I've stuck with it, I believe in the conservative values that the Republican Party offers, socially, fiscally. I think it is the way to go.
When you say socially conservative, what do you mean?
Socially conservative, I believe that when a male is born a male, he remains a male. I believe when a female is born a female, she remains a female. I am not going to be part of the any type of delusionary thinking. I will respect people and how they feel, but I am not going to get to the point where I believe that it's okay for a male who believes that he is a female to enter women's spaces, participate in women's sports, go into women's private spaces, locker rooms and bathrooms. I think it's completely inappropriate. And I think there's certain gender roles that we have to fit into and that should not overlap.
When you say fiscally conservative, I've seen a couple Republican presidents run up that debt. So I'm kind of wondering about the fiscal conservative policy you're talking about.
You are right. And so far, I did not see that with President Trump. All right. We saw it with Reagan. We saw it with Bush, both Bushes. I've not seen it with President Trump. So that makes him different than other Republican presidents that we've had in the past. You know, I do have my issues with him from time to time, but in general, he is the man that we need to have in Washington right now as the head of state, as the commander-in-chief, as our leader. He is the only one. So far, he has completed the promises that he's offered. We've heard presidents from both parties confirm that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel and that the embassy of the United States should be moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. It did not happen with either President Bush. It did not happen with President Obama. But in less than 4 years, President Trump fulfilled the promises that they did not make by actually moving the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to the true capital of Israel, the state of Israel, Jerusalem.
I would guess from that statement, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you support the United States to continuing sending arms to Israel for the Palestinian conflict?
I believe that Israel is our best friend in that region, and we should do everything that we can to support them. And there should be a peaceful resolution. If there's a ceasefire, I believe in a ceasefire on both sides. All right. Some say ceasefire, but it means ceasefire just for Israel. I believe it's ceasefire for both sides.
I've seen polling as high as 20% that say African-American men are going to be voting for former President Trump, but it seems like black women are lagging behind a little bit. Maybe you could share with me why you think black men are being drawn to vote for former President Trump.
I've spoken to so many black men who are secretly supporting President Trump. I'm like, come out of the closet, come on, show what you believe in. But it's gonna be a major surprise. As far as black women is concerned, black women right now are the most loyal supporters to the Democratic Party, and I don't know why that is, but my mother, because Senator Scott was talking about, we all love our mothers. My mother is a big time, not big time, but she's a supporter of the Democratic Party, and I respect that, and that's all there is to it. She's voted for me, but as far as others are concerned, the answer's been no. So it's going to take time. Kevin, full.
So yeah, and Trump did add to the deficit with those tax cuts that he did. It was like $2 trillion added to the deficit. So that part, what he was saying, was not true. And as far as it seems like that guy was focusing on cultural issues. And I understand how people can get caught up on those cultural issues, but I feel like we have more important fish to fry. You know, we could put those cultural issues to the side and deal with the main meat of the issue, and that's economics. You know, and if you're making economic arguments to want to vote for Trump, then I can sympathize with you. But if you're focusing on those cultural stuff, then I can't really get with you, because you know it's the economy, stupid. You know what I mean? Like, that's what matters. Like, that's above everything else. Like, you know, we all have to go, whether we're gay, straight, or lesbian, or whatever. We all have to go to the grocery store. We're all spending extra money for groceries. You know what I mean? Like, that is a issue that should be dealt with first, and then we can hopefully get to dealing with the cultural stuff.
Yeah.
Let me play.
You
Go
know, no, I was just saying, like, man, you know, free choice, man. Do as you please. I don't feel like they should be, and I feel like this is gonna start an argument, but I have a problem when they start trying to force it up on people, you know, force it up on our youth. I do have a problem with everything on TV. You're watching a great show, you know, your kid find a good cartoon and you get 2-3 episodes in, and all of a sudden it's this, you know what, scene, or this kid saying, like, I don't agree with that, you know. But if people in society, like, I don't have a heaven or hell to put you in, you know, like, to me it's up to the universe, it's up to God, you know, like, do you. But that shit, man, forcing it up on people, forcing people to accept you, and, like, why do you care if I accept it or not? You accept you and love you for who you are. Gives a fuck what I think.
Yeah.
That's where the line is drawn in the sand for me.
Yeah. Let me play some more. I want to move on.
FULTON. I represent Houston, Texas, the delegate.
I should have known from the hat. What drew you to the Republican Party?
I started out as a Democrat, which is what traditional blacks would start out with, just because of family and in the community. What drew to me was faith. I was disappointed in the Democratic Party no longer recognizing God in their platform. And then I became pro-life, and so I had to shift to a party that recognized pro-life. And the third major thing is I came from a low-income area, and when you asked for help, Democrats told you go get welfare. Republicans talked about incentives, about how to start your business, how to grow a business, how to make money outside of the government, and that was what resonated with me.
What would you say to bring more black voters to your table?
I would say don't listen to the rhetoric. Do your research. Amber Rose spoke last night, and I was shocked, but she basically said she did the research just to prove her dad wrong, that Trump, and to show her dad that Trump was a bad person. During her research, she figured out it is all not true. And so I would tell blacks, don't look at the rhetoric, look at the policies and the programs that are put in place by Democratic Party and Republican Party, and see which one betters our communities.
It seems like polling says 20% of African American men are going to be voting for Trump. It seems like black women are being a little slower to join the club. What would you say it is about former President Trump that is drawing black men to him?
It's economics. You know, at the end of the day, black men are the ones that's impacted most by high unemployment, inflation, trying to take care of their jobs, and open borders. So those types of things impact the black community and the black men specifically. So that's why you see a huge shift in black men moving towards Trump.
Do you believe closing the border would actually help African American men get jobs?
Yes, because what happens is it shows that illegal immigration, increase in illegal immigration, shows an increase in unemployment for blacks and first generation immigrants. Those two groups are hurt the most in the job market whenever there's open borders and there's a flood of illegal immigration.
I'm gonna call BS on that one, and that's what one of the ones that Trump kept saying over and over in his speech about how, like, you know, the immigrants are coming over, and that's the reason why black people don't have jobs or whatever. Like, you know, I mean, I don't see that. I don't see them, like, taking my job away from me. You know what I mean? Like, let me ask you, Deuce, are you there? Like, do you feel like a Hispanic person coming across the border is going to take your job?
No. I mean, no, I don't feel like they're gonna take my job right off, right off the bat. I mean, there's some credentials you gotta have for my job, but I can say that the industry that I'm in, illegals coming across, they're willing to accept whatever. A lot of times, they're willing to accept the cheaper rates, cheaper pay for the jobs that they're doing, and things of that nature, which causes the rates and and shit like that to go down, which affects us over here. That does happen. That is a real thing in my industry. But I do agree with what he was saying, that open borders, when that flood of the illegals that are coming over. And I'm not just pointing the fingers at Mexicans, because there's a lot more other immigrants coming over the border than there is Mexicans. Let's just be honest about that. But when you have open borders, like what this party has done, it does directly affect the black communities. I agree with that on so
How? In
many
what way?
levels. I feel like it affects us in a lot of ways. I feel like, damn man, I got to go back to just because I was kind of looking at that, and I really, that's when I really dove into the shit that what Candace Owens was saying, that made sense, how it affects us, not only in the job markets, it affects us, in the society. um it also it breeds a lot more, where as far as where we were progressing in societies and things of that nature, how it hinders. Man, I forget the exact word. I don't want to sound stupid on this deal, bro. I'd have to go back and pull that up, where she was breaking that down. That not only she was saying it, but it was quite a few other blacks that was speaking to that, of
Yeah.
how the open borders do affect our communities as blacks in this country, and
Mm.
not only just us, but it affects the people that came over the right way. It truly does. Like, they don't even want this shit. Like, it affects them. It make, like, oh man, like I don't have the facts right now, man, so I don't really want to speak to it. I don't
That's
have
cool.
my, any type of keynotes, because, like I said, I don't want to sound like a complete idiot. But it affects us, bro, in a major way.
That's cool.
I just
I want to move on anyways. Check this out. It says foreign leaders weigh in on Donald Trump's assassination attempt. So Chinese President Xi Jinping expressed his sympathies towards Trump, while a local newspaper owned by the country's ruling Communist Party published several editorial articles quoting Chinese academics who said the U.S. was becoming increasingly polarized and at risk of a potential civil war. So that was Xi Jinping's comments. Um, Russian President Vladimir Putin will not be calling former President Donald Trump after he was shot. The Kremlin said it did not believe the Biden administration was responsible for the shooting, but accused it of creating an atmosphere that provoked the attack. A Russian foreign minister spokesperson said that U.S. lawmakers should use the money being spent to supply Ukraine with weapons to finance the American police and other services, which should ensure law and order within the United States. So that's Putin talking about y'all. Yeah, instead of spending all that money on Ukraine, y'all need to spend money on y'all police. Y'all can't even protect y'all president.
hey, that shit there is true. That was a real statement. You know, and the thing about that money going over to Ukraine, and the money that we send to any country that we're aiding or helping, that shit doesn't go to the hands of the country, bro. That shit is going to government contractors that they have over there, and then it's passed down to them. So who's to say that they're even getting the money?
Yeah,
You
a
know,
lot
like, if
of
you
American contractors.
Yeah, you know, and
You
if
know,
you go you go back
defense
and look at
contractors.
the shit that we did over there in the Middle East and how a lot of the dude, do you know that a lot of the weapons after the pullout of Afghanistan, a lot of those weapons have somehow appeared in the at the southern borders, like southern Africa. Like this shit is crazy, bro. Like, so where's the money truly going? Where are the
Yeah.
weapons truly going?
Yeah.
Do
Let me
we
read
do
this
we
one.
really know?
No, we don't. It's unaccountable. Let me read this. It says, we have been adversaries, but I wish President Trump healthy and long life, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro says. Let me read this one. It says, we condemn any violence, but we consider this to be an American internal issue. And if there is a difference between the two candidates, it's not essential or crucial because Israel is part of American strategic interests in the region and is a nonpartisan issue. A senior leader of Hamas, which ran the Gaza Strip for almost 2 decades, told CBS. Another one, it says Argentina's President Javier Milei, a political outsider who was compared to Trump during his own election campaign, called the assassination attempt cowardly. The desperation of the international left is not surprising, as today it sees its harmful ideology expire and is willing to destabilize democracies and promote violence to screw itself into power. Yeah, that is so far off base right there. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said he condemns all forms of violence, adding that the arms business and the escalation of political violence in the USA has led to incidents like the assassination attempt on Trump. Arms business and escalation of political violence. Buckingham Palace said Charles III sent a private letter to Trump via the UK embassy in Washington, but it did not give any information on the contents of the private correspondence. Why'd y'all even mention it if y'all don't even... Anyways, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the shooting wasn't just an attack on Donald Trump. This was an attack on a candidate for the president of the United States. This was an attack on America. It was an attack on democracy. It was an attack on all democracies. This guy is dramatic, over the top every time with everything. It's like, tone it down a little bit, bro.
I got a question. Is America truly a democracy? Or are we a republic?
We're a representative democracy, so that would make us a republic.
So why do they keep pushing this shit about democracy?
Well, because democracy is how you get people to come out and vote. The people go and they vote, and they vote for their representatives, and the representatives are supposed to, work for the interests of their constituents. That's how it's supposed to work for a republic, in theory.
I just okay, yeah, I was just because I'm like, this shit don't seem like a democracy, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of parts of it that's not very democratic, like the electoral college. Yeah, how the Supreme Court gets nominated by the president, and then they get to stay in there forever. Like, that's not very democratic. Let me read some comments. It says leaders across the globe reacted to assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump in this weekend. Here are what some of them said. It said, let me read a comment. It says, no one in this country has incited more violence against political opponents, judges, prosecutors than anyone who opposes him than Donald Trump. One, am I the only one who is happy that as a country we have not had a mass murder due to an active shooter in 3.5 years? Where is that stat coming from? Like, I don't know that that's true, bro. Let me see. Let's play this.
And about his character. Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States. I know what a black job is. The first black president in American history, Barack Obama. And about his character.
Come on, Biden.
Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the vice president of the United States.
Anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
Yeah. So, the Shade Room. President Joe Biden took the stage at the NAACP convention in Las Vegas, a battleground state, and seemingly threw shade at Donald Trump as he touched on black jobs. Biden said, "Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the president of the United States, the vice president." He also mentioned former President Barack Obama, and Biden advised he was a lifetime member of NAACP, as we previously reported during Biden and Trump's debate. So, yeah, this is kind of going backwards in time a little bit to the debate. So, but the whole thing with the black jobs, like the internet went crazy on that shit. Some of the memes were really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like I know what a black job is. An NBA baller. I know what a black job is. An NFL professional football player.
Yeah.
Like everybody is not gonna be a professional football player. Everybody's not gonna be a professional basketball player.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
more
they were saying that as jokes, but yeah, I really hate the way the hood is like that when it comes to like, oh, you know, it's only 5 starting players per NBA team. Like, what are the chances of your son making it to be, you know, starting 5 of the what is it, 30 something NBA teams or whatever the number is? And so, like, you know, your chances are very low. So then if, you know, you don't have anything else to fall back on, then what, you're going to be, I don't know, a barber or something, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is the hood is setting their kids up for failure when they're like, you know, my kid's going to be in the NBA or whatever. Like, I mean, like, let them go to school, let them learn something, let them learn a trade, let them go to college. You know, let them get a degree or whatever, work while they're working towards being that NBA star or whatever. But that can't be the end all to be all, because everybody can't be LeBron James, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's not gonna be LeBron James. Everybody's not gonna be Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal. None of these guys, bro. Like, it was just poor. That was, yeah. I don't know who advised him to say that shit.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says, just in, President Biden finalizing plan for major Supreme Court reforms, including term limits for justices and an enforceable ethics code. So, yeah, they've been talking about that. I don't see how any of that actually is going to actually come about. But, I mean, it's a good idea. Term limits is definitely a good idea. Ethics code is a good idea. I don't know how they can enforce it because, you know, the Supreme Court can only, they can only manage themselves. No one can manage the Supreme Court. So they'd have to choose on their own to decide to take on some ethic codes or whatever.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff is stuff I meant to cover in my last show, but I'm gonna keep it moving. This says Palm Springs hits record-breaking 124 degrees, highest temperature ever recorded. Yeah, so highest temperature ever recorded. And I don't know how people can make the arguments that the global warming thing, the climate change thing is not a real thing. You know, every year we're breaking records, temperature records. It was a dude who they're going to Death Valley in Las Vegas to take photos of the the hottest place or whatever. And it was like 2 motorcycle guys died. I think that was last week, riding their motorcycle out there in 120-degree weather. They died from heat exhaustion.
Damn. Damn.
Let me read this. It says Palm Springs reached its highest temperature ever recorded at 124 degrees on Friday, according to the National Weather Service. The previous record of 123 degrees was recorded in 2021, 95, and 93. This scorching temperature was recorded at Palm Springs Regional Airport at 153. Despite still hot conditions, Saturday's forecast predicts a slightly cooler 117 degrees. Idlewild also matched its heat record of 104 degrees previously set in 2021 and 2020.
Man, I mean, I don't know that whole, I don't know. That shit is, I don't know. I mean, with the crazy weather systems, I mean, there's definitely something happening. Um, but I mean, how do we control it? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, well,
What's
there ain't
the
nothing. I don't think there's
what is it?
anything really that we could do. But the argument about if humans had impact on the climate or if it's just a natural cycle, you know, that's an argument. But is it getting warmer? There's no argument with that. And what can we do about it? Is just how we're going to mitigate it, how we're going to deal with it as far as building better infrastructure, like related to the recent hurricane we got here in Houston. They need to build infrastructure that is more resistant to high winds and stuff like that. We need to build our cities that can, handle heavy rain events and stuff like that. We need to build our cities where we have like more plants. Like, I saw one where they put all of these plants on the rooftops of these buildings and it brings down the
Uh-huh.
temperatures like dramatically, stuff like that. And so like learning how to live with nature instead of like against it, learning how to conserve
Well, we're
water.
killing we're killing all of the trees and all of the land that was lakes and little lakes or retention ponds or rivers around the Houston area, bro. Like, well, not rivers, but they're doing away with that shit, bro. Like they're building like the industry that I'm in. Like if you go to Baytown, that 99 toll road that runs through Baytown, like that before they put that road through there, that was all woods. There is literally damn near next to no trees there. They're building million square foot warehouses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And yeah,
Like
that's the
they're
stuff that we
constantly
need to do
building
different.
warehouses. They're constantly building houses. Like there's damn near no trees left over there. Like that was all wooded area. That was a nice little area. Like they're constantly filling in parts of that Lost River and all of that shit over that. They're filling that in, packing that in with dirt, and they're building houses and shit over there in those areas.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's the one of the things that we need to do different, and we need to share with each other because you have like rivers where certain communities they draw all of the water from the river before it gets down to the lower communities, communities that's further south on the river and stuff like that, allowing these corporations to come in and tap all the water and take it from local sources for pennies on the dollar, and then turn around and bottle it and sell it right back to the same people that they just took the water from, like that kind of stuff.
yeah,
Let me read
you
this.
know.
It says father and daughter found dead in Utah National Park after texting 911 they were lost and out of water. Father and daughter hiking in Canyonlands National Park died after sending a text message to 911 emergency dispatchers that they were lost and had run out of water, authorities said. The temperature in the area was over 100 degrees, and the pair sent their desperate text messages to 911 dispatchers, officials said. The two hikers, identified as Albino Herrera Espinosa, 52, and his 23-year-old daughter, Beatriz Herrera, were found dead on Friday evening. Yeah, I've read some of this story, and they were like 15 minutes apart from each other. So it's a really sad story, man. Like, if it's really hot, you need to probably stop moving around. If you're lost, just stop moving around. Maybe you could find some shaded area. Maybe there wasn't any shaded area, but you want to conserve your water, so stop moving around. If it's the hottest part of the day, you need to chill and wait till it gets, evening or dusk, and then start moving around or whatever. I mean, like, anyways, they're not going to find you if your location is moving. It's harder for them to find you. I don't know. Going hiking in the canyon in the hottest, part of the day and the hottest part of the year is probably not a good idea. It's
Yeah,
a really unfortunate thing.
yeah, that is, man. That's a sad deal, and it just goes to, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to speak to that, like how did they plan this? Did they have the proper, obviously they didn't, must have didn't have the proper, GPS or compasses to help navigate them. And I assume that most people that go hiking don't, maybe they follow a trail,
Yeah.
or something like that. But, um, they're saying record numbers out west, man, in areas that particularly don't really get as hot as it's been. They're saying record temperatures out there, and I mean it's sad, man. But you have people that are all about nature, and about being healthy, and they want to go out and they want to hike, they want to ride their bikes, mountain bikes through areas like that, and things of that nature. And it's like, do you really fault the people for that? I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know, man.
Just
It's a
gotta
tough
be.
subject,
You
man.
just gotta
Lives were
plan
lost.
better. Make sure you bring plenty of water and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
travel in larger groups too. That could help.
yeah, yeah. That too, man.
Let me
That too.
let's move on. Check this out. It says remembering Mary Shaw died after a week without power. Her body was so hot, I just started putting wet towels, ice around her, a woman said after her mother died in a power outage caused by Beryl. So this is one of those things that's really sad. People die, usually elderly folks and sometimes little kids every summer. People leaving their kids in the car, uh older folks, maybe they don't have air conditioning or they just don't realize it's so hot and they don't open and have ventilation in wherever they live and stuff. So, but this one is unfortunate related to the power outage that happened after the hurricane. So it's like it really turns into life or death situation sometimes when people don't have power in a city like Houston. The way that these buildings are built and there's not much ventilation, like our homes turn into little ovens. Our apartments turn into little ovens when we don't have, power.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, man. With the humidity down here, the moisture, it gets real muggy. Even if you got your windows open, like it gets real muggy. That's definitely sad. Um, but I also think that our government, man, our Texas government, need to need to bring Centerpoint and whoever else service these areas, they need to bring them to the board, and see maybe Centerpoint has too big of an area.
Yeah,
Maybe they have too much coverage, and maybe we need to get some type of
a
third
couple other
party, or
companies bust
yeah,
them up, bust them up, bust Centerpoint
yeah,
up. It's too big. It has a monopoly. It services
yeah,
way too many people over a long, s- you know,
yeah. And
of
we
a
had
wide
over
area.
two. They Centerpoint had what, over 2.7 million customers without power. I mean,
Hmm.
just think about that. Like, what? Okay, they may hit a job site, that it's probably no more than, you know, flipping the the lever or breaker or whatever on the transformer, the deal that pops that keeps the transformer from blowing out. Then they may go to another site where the transformers are completely blown out and they got to replace them. They may have to replace power lines. Power line poles may have been trampled over by the winds, and you know, power lines are down or hanging, you know, plus transformers, plus this, plus that, you know. So the job, you
Trees,
know, the
big, huge ass
yeah,
trees.
yeah. So the length of the length of time that these jobs are gonna take, and then you got 2.7 million people out of
Hmm.
power, you know, and it's just it's too much. It's too
It's
much
too
for them,
much.
and they, and like you say, they have a monopoly, and instead of Centerpoint, for some odd reason, feels like, well, if y'all allow us to raise our rates to make more money, then we can hire more people. And it's like, nah, fuck that. Y'all getting enough money. You're underserving the people that you're serving now. How about we bring, you know, a third company in? You know, how about we bring somebody else in, you know, that can help, you know, that can service these customers and that can be there a little bit more, be a little bit more speedy in their service with restoring power to people, man.
Yeah,
Because
you know, but
it's
Texas,
a try.
we got to blame Texas too, because Texas got its own grid. It's not a part of the like national grid, and then it's deregulation left and right, and it's like the wild wild west when it comes to, uh, you know, these corporations doing whatever they want here when it comes to these like utilities and stuff. Yeah, because they're like
Well,
government
yeah.
shouldn't be involved, and private. The private sector is going to do a better job than the government or whatever. So here's an example of the private sector not doing a good job.
Yeah,
Clearly.
yeah, 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 man. I mean, it's sad. It's sad, bro. Like this woman died probably a miserable, horrible death. You know, overheating. You know, body dehydrated. All of those things, and you know, it's just it's sad, bro. Like it truly is sad. You know, and I that's why I say I feel like the state of Texas, if they have a board or whatever they do, you know, like maybe they need to reevaluate this shit and realize, okay, with the population that we have, you know, in Houston and the surrounding areas, maybe we need more than just a couple of companies to service these areas, you know. Like it's crazy. It's sad, bro. Like we lost power here at my place, and thank God my sister-in-law actually had power and we were able to go there. But like we were here in the apartment getting stuff together and trying to pack what we can and this and that. And our power was out for probably a few hours at the time. We didn't get it back until I think Wednesday of that week. But hour or so, like it was hot. So actually going in the restroom and not having hot water to take a shower and take a cool shower was actually refreshing because it got
Yeah.
that hot. And you know, we live down here by Galveston. You know, we're right by Kema, so we got Clear Lake around us. We got the water, the water coming out Kema, Galveston. So it gets real muggy out here, especially if you don't have no wind blowing and it's 100%, you know, 70% humidity sucks out here. You know, so
Yeah.
like once that storm passed through and that wind wasn't blowing like it was with the windows open, bro, it got fucking like a sauna in here real quick.
Yeah, man.
So
I was
it's,
fortunate
but
my power didn't go out. So I mean I'm thankful for that. You know.
yeah,
My
we normally
my
don't
mom,
lose power.
yeah,
Yeah, we
yeah.
normally don't lose it because we're right behind the hospital. We're in between the hospital and the police station. And so we're off of their grid. So like during storms, like during the freezes, and like we've never lost power here. But with Burrow, man, we had 3 lines that fell over that broke
Hmm.
power lines, and you know, and so where we're at, we don't have no backup generator. You know what I'm saying? The hospitals and the police department do because they have to have that. But Shit, once we were out, once them lines fell over, our shit went out. We were done.
Let me cut this right here. We briefly talked about this in the group chat earlier about Iran related to Trump's assassination attempt. Let me play this.
New turn this evening involving security surrounding Donald Trump. ABC News has learned that the Secret Service had already increased protection for Trump before that Pennsylvania rally because of intelligence that Iran wants to assassinate Trump. So, of course, the question now, how was that young gunman able to get on that roof, even with increased security amid concerns over Iran? Here's Pierre Thomas tonight.
Tonight, officials confirming they had intelligence of threats from Iran to assassinate former President Trump well before the shooting at Saturday's rally. In response, the Secret Service in recent weeks surging resources to bolster his security detail. But even that could not prevent the attempt on Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. The White House saying Iran for some time has wanted revenge for Trump ordering the strike that killed military commander Qasem Soleimani in 2020. But officials stress there's no evidence linking Iran to the shooter at Trump's rally. But the major question tonight, if they surged security because of Iran, how did that man get on the rooftop? And meanwhile, in that Pennsylvania investigation tonight, sources telling ABC News that before the shooting, Secret Service agents could hear radio dispatches from local police about a suspicious man. Shortly after, Secret Service agents heard more radio traffic, saying local police had confronted the suspect they were looking for. Then, shots fired. In our exclusive interview, the head of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, saying local officers were stationed inside the same building where Trump's would-be assassin climbed up to the roof and opened fire.
There was local police in that building. There was local police in the area that were responsible for the outer perimeter of the building. I'm being told that the shooter was actually identified as a potential person of suspicion. And so the local police department actually put a call out.
We also pressed the Secret Service on why agents weren't posted on that roof.
Should that roof have been secure, period?
That building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. And so, the decision was made to secure the building from inside.
Back to those threats from Iran, the service added more security. But if these agencies don't communicate properly, and if they're not in complete sync, things can go horribly wrong, David.
Pierre Thomas, your interview with the Secret Service director, making news over these last couple of nights. Pierre, thank you. We turn.
It's crazy, man. If I was Trump, I'm like, fire everybody. All of y'all got to go, man. Y'all failed, bro. Like, you had one job. Your job is to secure the safety of the president. You failed. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. You're fired. Like, you failed. Let me read the caption. It says, officials confirmed there was intelligence of threats from Iran to assassinate Donald Trump before the attempt on his life, prompting increased protection by Secret Service. There's no evidence linking Iran to Pennsylvania shooter. Yeah, so that's crazy. Like, the slope roof excuse. Like, there's a meme. I just passed it up. Let me go back to it. Oh, here it is right here. It says biggest, baddest, highest budget security agency on the planet, and then a slightly sloped roof. So, yeah, they got done in by a slightly sloped roof, and they're the biggest, baddest, highest budget security agency on the planet.
Man, that shit seemed planned by all parties involved, if you ask me, except for the local cops.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, man.
There's so many different angles of videos. You see the one that was standing directly behind Trump that had the sign, holding up the sign, said something with Biden, and when she lifted it up and let it down, that's when the shots went off. It's just, I I don't know. I don't know that we'll ever
Well,
get the true facts behind that.
yeah, whenever something like this happens, the internet always goes crazy with all of the conspiracy theories. I really don't think it's that deep, and people just be creating content, and like, it's easy to put those little clips up and lead people to, think in a certain way about things or whatever. But when you look at all of the evidence and the facts, it pretty much doesn't look like a conspiracy theory. I mean, they didn't hit him. I mean that they didn't succeed.
Yeah.
They did hit him, but
Yeah.
they didn't succeed in assassinating him.
Yeah. Like I saw videos of somebody showing the one Secret Service agent that was on one roof supposedly spotted the guy in his sights on his gun and kind of lifted his head up, and when he looked back in, that's when he shot the guy. Supposedly when the guy started shooting, he shot him and killed him. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Like I
it's
say,
like
bro,
that
we'll
was
never
one of
know the
the
facts.
issues though. It's like they did have him, but I guess they were waiting for the order or whatever. Like they didn't know if he had a telescope or something. Like they wasn't sure he was a threat. But it seems to me like if the guy was, on the roof of, automatically he would be considered a threat. I think that there was a racial component with that. I hate to bring up race all the time, in situations like this, but you know I don't know if the guy was a different race, would they have been so cautioned to not hurt the guy? You know what I mean? They waited till
Yeah.
he let loose shots to get him, and it's like that's kind of strange to me. Like if he's a threat, he's a threat. Treat him like a threat,
Yeah.
and he was clearly a threat. Yeah, he almost
Yeah.
took him out.
Yeah.
Let's look
Yeah.
at this. It says Kamala Harris and JD Vance agree to vice presidential debate, sources say. So JD Vance spoke with Vice President Kamala Harris on Tuesday afternoon. Multiple sources familiar with the conversation told ABC News. Vance and Harris said they are looking forward to debate each other. The sources said there are no specifics were discussed. Yeah, I think that's going to be entertaining at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's going to be entertaining.
Yeah.
What is this? I want to do some more before I get out of here. Oh, this clip shows Giuliani falling on some chairs. Like this dude is notoriously fond of alcohol, so that's not really surprising at all. And he's going through it right now because he was sued, and they said that he has to pay, and it's a large amount of money. He probably doesn't have it.
Damn. Is that the weird guy with the glasses? The older guy?
Giuliani, does he wear
Yeah.
glasses?
He was being
Yeah.
questioned. He's there looking through those glasses like, like,
Yeah.
bro, that shit was hilarious.
Yeah, he wears glasses. Um, Look at this. I can't play that long, but yeah, so I don't know if that's actually what was playing in the background, but it sure as hell sounds like it was. Them playing 50 Cent as Trump was walking out
Yeah.
for the RNC.
Did you watch that?
I did. I watched a good amount of it. The Trump speech, I watched almost the whole thing.
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
had
didn't
some
get to see
clips on
none of
that.
that shit. I was knocked out.
I have some clips on that. I'm kind of looking for that right now. Let me see this right quick.
in response to these recent threats against the utility company. And we obtained these documents late today outlining a series of posts that woman made on X. She's accused of threatening to shoot up the utility company's headquarters here on Louisiana Street. And in some of those posts included videos of a loaded firearm magazine. After her
threatening our linemen is not going to get your power on any faster.
Did you hear about any of the stories where people were pulling guns on linemen and like
Yep. Yeah, I
beating them
heard
up?
they attacked a group of linemen. I also heard somebody pulled up and gave them bottles of water, and the bottles of water was laced with fentanyl, all kind of
Yeah,
shit.
that's
Yeah,
crazy, man.
yeah,
That's like
crazy and
insane.
ignorant. Like, what? Why are y'all getting? Why are they doing this shit to the linemen? Y'all attacking the wrong people.
Yeah, these the ones that's out there actually trying to get your lights on. Like they don't have nothing to do with nothing. They just doing their job. Like that's so stupid.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. It says fact checking day one of the Republican National Convention. It says more than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border during the Biden administration. Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whately. Whately carefully uses the word flooded to keep his statement technically correct. Customs and Border Protection recorded about 10 million encounters between February 2021 and June, but that doesn't mean all those people entered the country illegally. This is one of the ways that they do with the numbers, and I've brought this up before in the show. When they throw those numbers around like that, it makes it sound like all those people came in. So, but if they encountered like Border Patrol or ICE or or even trying to get asylum, any of that stuff, that doesn't mean that those people entered the country and stayed here. You know what I mean? A lot of them would stop there, especially if they ran into Border Patrol. You know what I mean? The Border Patrol isn't just going to be like, oh, okay, so I guess you guys can just go on about your way, So, but that's how they fudge those numbers all the time. And when they throw those statistics around, 10 million people entered the country. It says here, it says in a statement, Custom and Border Protection recorded about 10 million encounters. So it doesn't mean that these people got to stay. Let me read this one. It says, the Biden administration promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. It says, Trans Day of Visibility, which was first recognized in 2009, has always fallen on March 31st. This year, March 31st happened to fall on Easter Sunday. President Biden had nothing to do with it. A lot of the stuff that they give the president credit for, he may not have had anything to do with. And a lot of the stuff that they, blame the president for, a lot of times he doesn't have anything to do with. It's just like a way that they do the political posturing or whatever, when people don't really understand how things work. And then they're like, oh, it's Biden or it's Trump or whatever. And it's like, a lot of times it's not. Even the stuff when you're talking about inflation and the economy and all of that, like these guys really don't have that much power over the economy or inflation. Let me read this one. It says, when President Trump left office, gas cost only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon. Gasoline prices are closely connected to crude oil prices, and the president has virtually no control over that. Trump left office in the midst of the pandemic when the price of crude oil was unusually low. So there goes another situation where it's like the president didn't really have anything to do with that. Another one, it says, under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. Senator Katie Boyd Britt. It says, by just about any important measure, the economy under Trump did not do as well as it did under President Harry S. Truman, Lyndon B. Johnson, and Bill Clinton. So whenever Trump is always saying, the best ever, he says that all the time. And, anyone that says stuff like that, they can't be trying to be factual. Like we had the best economy ever, we had the best whatever area, we had the least amount of immigrants coming ever. He said that in the speech, and it's like, I don't know where you're getting these numbers from, or did you even look at any numbers, or you're just trying to make yourself look good because people like an academic person would never say something like that. Read this one. It says 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. It says there's various surveys that measure the statistic, but he misleadingly suggests that this statistic is the result of Biden's policies. In 2019, survey by American Payroll Association, when Trump was president, found that 74% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And again, Biden or Trump, they don't have that kind of power to have an impact on people living paycheck to paycheck. The corporations do. This one, it says, when Trump was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he would do it again. Charlie Kirk, executive director of Turning Point USA. An analysis of Federal Reserve data this year says the average wealth of households under 40 was 259,000 in the fourth quarter of 2023, a 49% increase since the fourth quarter of 2019, even after adjusting for inflation. So, a lot of people feel like they were doing better, when Trump was in office, but that is anecdotal. You know what I mean? That is anecdotal evidence. Maybe you were doing better during Trump, but that doesn't mean that the country was doing better or like everyone was doing better. Another one, it says, we're sitting on the Saudi Arabia of natural gas in Ohio and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden would rather buy the stuff from Iran than buy it from Pennsylvania workers. Vice President nominee J.D. Vance in an interview. U.S. oil production has boomed under Biden, with the U.S. now producing more crude oil than any country in history, according to the Energy Department. Some scattered Iranian oil has landed on U.S. shores in the Biden presidency, as it did under Trump, when the oil is seized because of U.S. sanctions. Yeah, I don't know that we're actually actively trading with Iran, especially when it's like hostile between the United States and Iran right now. It would probably be good for us to be, more friendly with Iran and actually trading with them with things left in, maybe not oil, maybe other things. But yeah, if you've got Iran saying they want to assassinate the president, then why would, the United States government want to trade with them? So it's Washington Post posted this. It says the first night of the 2024 Republican National Convention featured many misleading GOP talking points that we have previously debunked. Comments, it says, do y'all see this? The president does not control gas prices. The president does not control gas prices. The president does not control gas prices. So all y'all thinking Trump will somehow make gas and things cheap again, he's lying. He cannot control independent, privately owned companies' prices. And this is a thing that I've been trying to focus on for the longest. Is like Trump is going to do this and Trump is going to do that. And it's like he doesn't have the power to do some of these things that he claims he's going to be able to do. And so many people, when we put our faith in like one person is going to save us, it's like he's the savior. It's like he's Jesus. It's like, that's so crazy to me. And then it works the other way too, when it's like Biden is the reason for everything that sucks in the United States. And it's like, wait a minute, this dude hasn't even been in there that long. I mean, going on 4 years, but all of the stuff that's going on in the United States is all Biden's fault. Like all of the negative things. That's crazy talk.
I represent a community that has some of the highest childhood asthma rates in the United States. And when we hear this conversation about how regulations threaten economic prosperity, and I jotted it down earlier because I couldn't even believe that I heard it, that economic prosperity, quote, is the #1 driver of clean air and clean water, as though our rivers were somehow, I mean, our rivers and forests were clean and unpolluted before a single factory was constructed in this country. That is the state of nature. I want us to be clear about that. Now, when we hear people use this term economic prosperity, I want folks to know at home what that is a shadow screen for is a term otherwise known as profit. Wall Street profit, very often. And Administrator Regan, you've been accused of sabotaging here the economic prosperity of this country for enforcing and introducing regulations about chemicals that this committee itself has investigated, such as PFAS. I'd like for us to dig into that a little bit. PFAS is a chemical byproduct of, and it's a chemical that's in almost everything. Teflon pans, workout gear, fire extinguisher foam. What are some of the health consequences that we have seen as a result of elevated levels of PFAS in everyday Americans?
Well, you know, they range from various types of cancers, death. These carcinogenic elements are wreaking havoc on communities all across the country.
We've had people from PFAS affected, especially PFAS affected communities, that have had fertility issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
Testicular cancer.
Yes.
Is that correct? Developmental delays in children. Is that consistent with what you've seen?
Yes.
Thyroid issues, increased risk of cancer, correct?
Yes.
And those people, those kids, those parents who are struggling to conceive now, that's who we respond to. That's who we answer to. Correct, Administrator Regan?
Absolutely.
The American people. Now, I want to name something. This isn't just economic prosperity. There are people and organizations and companies responsible for this. DuPont and 3M are two of the largest corporations that were responsible for PFAS dumping in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did they know that these chemicals were potentially toxic? Is that correct?
We believe they did.
And yet there are members here of this committee that want to defend the quote unquote economic right for a company to poison its people, the American people. Now, when we talk about economic prosperity, if you're a kid in the South Bronx, if you are a mom in rural Pennsylvania near a PFAS dumping site, who comes ahead when you get cancer and have a medical bill to pay? Who comes out ahead from that PFAS dumping? The CEO of DuPont or that mom? So when we talk about the bills and the prosperity that gets made from here and who has to pay that, we need to understand a very simple economic concept called externalities. Externalities, the costs of pollution, the cost of poisoning that are not factored into the profit margin of the corporation that's actually wreaking havoc on this planet. And when we talk about issues like climate change, it is at its core an issue of externalities, because ExxonMobil and all of these oil companies can afford to burn this planet to a crisp because it makes them a pile of money. Now, Administrator Regan, I want to thank you because in the character attacks that you have experienced in this hearing, I know that you have spent your entire time and your entire federal
Thank you.
service
Your time is up. I
protecting
appreciate
families
it
from
this
being
morning.
poisoned.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm the Congressman.
So yeah, those are like those forever chemicals too. Like they don't biodegrade. They don't ever go anywhere. They don't like depreciate in any way. Like they're forever, you know. And so, you know, the United States, the thing is, we like to allow these companies to do whatever they want when it comes to making money because, you know, we're always saying, you know, economic prosperity, you know, we have to take care of the corporations. They create jobs and all of this stuff. And it's like you go to another country and you look at the ingredients of your cereal box of the same brand of cereal that you buy in the United States, and the ingredients are different. And this is because it's cheaper to, you know, use these chemicals to produce this stuff, and they know that it harms people over time. And in the United States, we care more about economic prosperity than we do about the people. So it's okay for them to put poison in the food here, but they can't do it in other countries because the other countries are like, bro, we don't want to poison our people. So, and it's really crazy to me how the people always is making excuses for these corporations. Like, why do you want to make excuses for these folks? Like, they do not care about you at all. Like, these corporations, they're multinational conglomerates, a lot of them, and they don't even care about the United States whatsoever. And that's the reason why they're willing to move their manufacturing overseas or move the jobs overseas or whatever. Meanwhile, we're all loyal and have this nationalism or nationalist perspective on things like America first or whatever, and then we defending these same companies who don't have that perspective at all. They're going to move where the market dictates, where they can get the most profit. You know, they're all about self-preservation. They're not about, you know, caring about United States or America or American citizens or whatever. Like, meanwhile, we're defending them, we're subsidizing them, you know, and they don't give a damn about us. So, like, it's really insane to me. Let me read the caption. It says, some of my GOP colleagues said that the quiet part out loud. They are more concerned with the prosperity of big companies than the prosperity of the American people. People come before profits. Kids should come before the CEO of DuPont. Everyone deserves clean air and water. So it says, a comment, it says, an intelligent, genuinely aware, responsible representative. Imagine if we had a Congress full of them. Differing opinions and stances are what democracy supports. I don't agree with everything she has ever proposed, but I fully respect and admire her because of how she conducts herself and her leadership by example. That, my friends, is democracy, and it is beautiful. So, yeah, I talk to people, you know, and they're staunch Republican or conservative or whatever, and I'll ask them to say something good about AOC. Can't do it. Tell me a policy that Biden supports or put forward that was good. Can't do it. You know, name a Democrat that you like, you know, that you support their policies or whatever. Can't do it. And it's like this for both sides. You know, it's the same thing when the Democrats are talking about Trump. And, you know, name something that Trump did that was good for the people or whatever. They can't do it. And see, this is a problem. You know what I mean? This is a real problem. Why we have this partisan politics is because people are blinded by their, you know, they want to support their team or whatever. They're just repeating the rhetoric of the folks that they listen to on whatever they listen to, whatever the media that they consume, and they're not willing to be honest. You know, someone, what they say, a broken clock is right 2 times a day. You can't even admit that the folks on the other team are right ever about anything, and they say AOC is an idiot, like she's stupid, like she's dumb, she's uneducated, and it's like you could say you don't agree with her, and I can't argue with that, and that's fair. But to say that she's an idiot, that she's stupid, that shows your character. You know what I mean? That shows something about you. If you're comfortable saying that, don't never say anything that's good. She's an idiot. Comments. It says, I seriously hope you become our president one day. It could happen. It could happen. Another comment says, these comments really show how bad our education system has become. This woman is trying to help us, and most of you are too dense to realize it. You don't deserve someone like AOC fighting for you. Even if you hate her, she will still want you to prosper. That's what makes her great. Yeah, I don't know where all the visceral hate comes from for AOC. Like, I think it's racial. I just can't help but to think that, and like that with the lady who's the Lena Hidalgo, the judge, Harris County. Like, why do they hate this chick so much? I can't help but to think that it's racial, because I don't see anything else that works. Comment, it says, I don't know why the right of every American to have access to clean air and water isn't written into the Constitution, since we literally need those things to live, whereas no one needs a gun to live, yet that is in there. Though it clearly needs to be changed, we need to prioritize the things we all need to have healthier and more fruitful lives, air and water over guns. Yeah, I think a lot of people will have a problem with you saying putting the right to clean air and water in the Constitution, a constitutional amendment that says that. I think it would be a lot of those fundamental constitutionalists that'll have a problem with that. And that guy becomes president again. Rwanda. Says Paul Kagame wins Rwanda presidential election with 99.1% of the votes cast. The nation's electoral body says Kagame has been in office since 2000, and this will be his 4th term. Kagame is the only leader most Rwandans have known. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I know a lot about that. I only know little about this, but 99.1% of the votes sounds pretty damn shady. Like, whenever Putin wins, and he has a percentage like this, people will say things. So, I don't know how vibrant your democracy is if, you was the previous guy the last 3 terms or whatever, and you get 99.1% of the vote. Like, that just sounds really shady. What do I know? It says Paul Kagame wins Rwandan presidential election with 99.1% of votes cast. The nation's electoral body says Kagame has been in office since 2000, and this will be his 4th term. The election results have sparked discussion about the country's political landscape, with some praising Kagame's leadership and others raising concerns about the democratic process in Rwanda. Yeah, and it's been some shady things that has happened. And Rwanda is supporting. See, I don't want to talk about that stuff because let's move on. These are some of the stuff I meant to cover in the last show, so I just want to backtrack a little bit. This one, it says Centerpoint spent $800 million on mobile generators. Where are they post Hurricane Beryl? 800 million. You know, shadiness, shadiness, shadiness. You know, whenever they probably got subsidized for that 800 million. I'm willing to bet. I don't remember them talking about it, but it was probably a bond or something that we voted for, and they were like, okay, we're gonna get these generators to make sure that people still have power. You know, if we have a catastrophic event or whatever. But then we have the catastrophic
Yeah.
event, and then the where the hell are they the generators? Let me read this. It says over the last 3 years, CenterPoint Energy, the company in charge of delivering power to millions of customers in the Houston region, has spent 800 million on 20 massive generators. The hefty price tag was controversial at the time, but state regulators approved it because CenterPoint claimed the generators would keep the lights on during an extended power outage. It says, so where were those generators during the outage following the Hurricane Beryl that left millions without power? Good effing question. Reading on, it says, it turns out that almost none of them were deployed in the wake of Hurricane Beryl, the Chronicle has found, even as some 90,000 people remained in the dark as of Tuesday afternoon. That's partly because even though CenterPoint has referred to the equipment as mobile generation, the vast majority of it is not actually that mobile. 15 of the generators, each with capacity of 32 megawatts, big enough to power entire neighborhoods, take several days to assemble and cannot be moved without special permit, which itself can take days to secure. None of these generators have been put in service since CenterPoint first began renting them in 2021. It says none of these generators have been put in service since CenterPoint first began renting them in 2021. See, this sounds like money laundering to me. And like you knew a hurricane was coming. How come you couldn't assemble them and have them be deployed in case they were needed, you know? And then when they talk about having to get permits, that's a whole big load of crap. Like it's so much bullshit with everything. It's like, you know, we gonna put these generators out here so that people won't be heating and about to die in their homes, but we need you to get these permits or whatever to be able to use this stuff or whatever. And it's like, if it was an individual person trying to do it, then I could possibly understand it because they maybe don't know what they're doing and gonna freaking blow somebody up or something. And but this is the damn people who handle the damn electric power for these are gonna be safety
Were
oriented
they
folks.
talking
Like,
about?
go
Were
ahead.
they talking about? Were they talking about permits to use them or permits to move them? Because what happened? Because like me being in transportation, if those generators are considered oversized or over length or anything like that, it would require permits in order. And then if they're overweight, it would require permits in order for them to actually transport them from their yard to wherever they're gonna put them. They require permits to move stuff that's overweight. They have certain route plans and things of that nature that they have to take per the permit.
Well,
So I don't know.
I can get with that. I mean that's fair enough, but still, couldn't you um work to get those permits, before you need
I would
them
have
or
thought they
whatever?
would have got the yeah. I would have thought they would have, because the permits don't last forever. You know what I'm saying? Like let's say for instance, let's say I'm gonna pull a excavator, a track hoe, and let's say it weighs, I don't know, let's say I get a really big one that weighs it's probably gonna put my gross weight with the truck, trailer, the equipment plus myself at 600,000 pounds. You can order those permits, the day of, and it may take a couple of hours to get to you, and most of the time they fax them or email them to you and then you print it out. So yeah, they had plenty enough time before Burrow made landfall to actually get the passports to transport. I personally just call negligence on their behalf, bro. And this is not the first time that Centerpoint has failed the people and have caused several people to die due to their negligence.
Yeah, man. I'm willing to bet that a lot of that money came from taxpayer dollars too. And
Hell yeah, it
you know,
came from taxpayer dollars. It came from every time you get your bill or you go to renew. When you go to renew your light contract with whoever, if you got Reliant, whoever you have, CenterPoint is the one that actually delivers the power to you. Every year, you know, when you go, or every couple of years when you go to renew your contract, and it's then went up, instead of you paying 11 or 12 cent per kilowatt, it's charging you 18 cent per kilowatt. So they make their money off of the rate increases and things of that nature. Like they're making money hands over fist. Plus the state of they have the contract with the state of Texas and probably with city of Houston as well to deliver the power, to service the power, service all of this shit. Like they get contracts. So yeah, that shit's coming from taxpayer dollars.
let me read this. It says Centerport told the Chronicle this week that the generators are not for rapid response use and are not designed to be mobile, even though it has repeatedly described them as mobile in news releases, regulatory filings, and memos to investors. So, I mean, what are they for then? You know what I mean? If they're
Couldn't they
supposed
have put
to,
them at the grid and like run? I would think they would be able to put them at the power grid or whatever, like I don't know, bro, and like have the electrical cars run to 'em. I don't know. It's
yeah, but
just
see
crazy.
that doesn't make sense because if the reason why they had nested outages and stuff like that because they had lines down and that makes sense. You can't just run power through a down line and people gonna get hurt. So I'm sure that they had to turn off power in certain areas for safety reasons. You know what I mean? They can't just send the power through. I'm sure that was the whole reason for all of the outages, or for most of the outages, was because of that. Because they could still produce power, I'm sure. You know what I mean? But they didn't have a way to get it to the people because the lines were down and transformers were not working and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, like it would make sense for them to have like a backup generator to send power, when they don't have it or whatever. But I'm sure that like I say, the nested outages and the down lines and so forth and so on, and you know, if the generators were just to run, the plant or whatever during downtimes, then we can understand that. But don't sell it to the people as it's going to be able to help the people when that that was never your intention.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Let me read this. It says CenterPoint's 800 million spent on mobile generators will likely continue to be a source of controversy for the company, which has faced harsh criticism from Texas lawmakers post Hurricane Beryl. Yeah, man, I don't think that the CEO of CenterPoint's going to be able to make it out of this. This guy is going to be on the hot seat big time.
Yeah.
They say it was a controversy his last job, and he left his last job under circumstances where, unfavorable circumstances, like he had done something or got in trouble or whatever.
Yeah. Ain't no
Let me read a
telling, bro.
comment. It says, so who's getting all that money for something useless and impractical, and which CenterPoint executives and politicians are benefiting from this arrangement? Boom. That's what I said about the money laundering. Like, where the hell is the money going? They obviously didn't have no intention on using that shit the way that they said. So, but they got $800 million. What the hell? Where did the $800 million go? Comments. It says, come on, Houston Chronicle. This is the type of investigative journalism we love to see. Thank you. Another one. This sounds a deal where the owner or an executive of the generator manufacturer is a friend of a higher up with CenterPoint. Dang, that's what it. See, like we be talking about independent contractors, and whenever like the best contract you want to get is a government contract, and those representatives or politicians or whatever, they get to choose. They'll let people bid for those contracts, but they at the end of the day they get to choose on who gets those contracts. And a lot of times it's my buddy my cousin, uncle, brother, sister's husband, you know what I mean? Somebody that's, my buddy, and those damn government contracts can feed a company, for years. People can retire off of a good government contract. That money's going to come, it's guaranteed or whatever. And then as far as them actually doing the work and doing the job, it's, we see how the construction happens here in the United States and how long it takes them to do stuff. And it's like, oh man, it's so much. If you're on the receiving end of that deal, I guess it's cool, but it's kind of effed up.
Yep. You're making that money for your kids to have money.
Mm-hmm. They might inherit the damn contract. It might still be going.
Yeah.
It says Wall Street Journal debunks conspiracy. It says viral misinformation and conspiracy theories spread rapidly online in the immediate aftermath of the attempt to assassinate former President Donald Trump. Wall Street Journal fact checks some of the most widely shared posts. So let's do some of this.
In the immediate aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, misinformation and conspiracy theories spread rapidly online. It took authorities roughly 8 hours to publicly confirm the identity of the gunman because he was not carrying ID. This allowed ample time for unfounded theories about the gunman's identity to spread widely. As reports of the shooter's name began to surface and the FBI confirmed his identity as Thomas Matthew Crooks, many on social media began posting a photo of someone they thought was the shooter, but this image was incorrect. The person who was actually in the photos responded on X posing as the real shooter and mocking those who shared images of him.
My name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump. And guess what? You got the wrong guy.
Still, screenshots and edited clips of the video spread widely as though it were a message from the real shooter. Another widespread conspiracy theory shared by would-be internet sleuths claimed that a dark spot on Trump's chest in a photo was proof he had been shot in the chest and had been saved by a bulletproof vest. Photos of the same moment show there is no bullet hole in his jacket. Trump later released a statement saying he was shot in the ear. This unfounded theory was viewed millions of times after being shared by several popular accounts. In the immediate aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, misinformation and conspiracy theories spread rapidly online. It took authorities roughly 8 hours to publicly confirm the identity of the gunman because he was not carrying ID. This allowed ample time for unfounded theories about the gunman's identity to spread widely. As reports of the shooter's name began to surface and the FBI confirmed his identity as Thomas Matthew.
So yeah, a lot of conspiracy theories came out. The internet is still buzzing real heavy with a lot of it.
Yeah. Hello? Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if I played this in the last video, but let me play this again.
Lyman, this is a message for Texas, specifically Houston, Texas. What the hell are you guys doing right now to the men who came down, who left their families to come help you? Let me give you some examples. I'm going to have to be choicey with the words so TikTok doesn't ban me for it, but let's just start it off. The first thing I want to say is there's 2 linemen in the hospital right now after being given waters by the public that were laced with fentanyl. How sick is that? Second, there's been multiple explosive threats where staging areas and areas where linemen sleep have had to be evacuated. Okay, there's been multiple situations where pews were pulled on linemen. Today, there was 20 linemen held hostage by pews. There's been linemen beaten up. There's been linemen jumped. There's been linemen cussed at, yelled at. Guys, this is sick. And let me go ahead and tell you, there's linemen leaving right now, and there's linemen that will never be back to Texas. And let me tell you, I'm one of them. You'll never see me, Houston. You can enjoy your darkness if you want to treat people like this. You're stopping the people from working. They have to do safety shutdowns when you do this. You're extending your power outage, and you have no clue what's going on. You had 2.7 million customers without power. In 6 days, they have restored with only 250,000 power outages left. Do you realize how incredible that is? Usually when you reach the 3 million number, you're looking at people without power for 4 to 5 to 6 weeks. As a lineman, this is a message for Texas.
He said, I ain't never coming back. He said, y'all can enjoy y'all darkness.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Let me play this. This dude, JD Vance, is an interesting figure. I ain't gonna do that because it's gonna take too much time, because I went over the short list of VP picks, and JD Vance was on that list. And I want to say I made a prediction that it was a chick on there too. And I want to say I said on that show that it was going to be either him or her. But this guy's an interesting character because he was talking bad about Trump not that long ago. And it's really surprising to me that Trump is going to pick him as the VP when, Trump really takes it personal when people talk bad about him or whatever, So, but somehow he's willing to let that slide with this guy. Maybe it had to do with the consultants in Trump's ear, and like, this is your best pick or whatever. This is your best choice or whatever. I'm curious about that. So, but anyways, this guy is a really interesting character.
Man, I'm surprised he even picked that dude. Like, I'm like, where in the hell he come from? Honestly.
Hold on, I'm getting text messages. I'm gonna have to go pick up a nine. I was missing phone calls. Let me play this.
Tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace, which is this idea that, like, well, okay, these marriages were fundamentally, they were maybe even violent, but certainly they were unhappy. And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term. And maybe it worked out for the moms and dads, though I'm skeptical, but it really didn't work out for the kids of those marriages. And I think that's what all of us, and this is one of the great tricks that I think the sexual revolution pulled on the American populace, which is this idea that, like, well, okay, these marriages were fundamentally, they were maybe even violent, but certainly they were unhappy. And so getting rid of them and making it easier for people to shift spouses like they change their underwear, that's going to make people happier in the long term. And maybe it worked out for the moms and dads, though I'm skeptical, but it really didn't work out for the kids of those marriages. And I think that's what all of us, and this is one of the.
See, like, this is scary talk. I don't know that people can be aware of it, but it's like, there was a time where women, they couldn't get credit cards because they had to have their husband or father on it. Like, they couldn't own property. That's the reason why there wasn't divorces very much in the past, because they would have nothing. That's where the whole thing with the wedding ring and all of that, the whole reason for that and the jewelry that they received was a way for them to have something, in case things didn't work out. You know what I mean? You had situations where it had to be like the brother-in-law, the father-in-law, whatever it was. I think it was the brother-in-law that, there was a tradition where they would have to take care if the husband died, that the husband-in-law would take care of him, because they couldn't work. They couldn't make any money. Like, this is, you know, some of the stuff when people talk about making America great again, you know, I don't, it doesn't mean the same thing to everyone, but there are people out there who that's part of what they're talking about, you know, and women taking up the role of second class citizens and not, you know, not having any autonomy, not having any like, you know, and it's really scary to me, man, because like you know, the Taliban, we were talking about the Taliban earlier in the show, and you know, and also Iran, what happened in Iran, you know, these women were able to go to college, they were able to get degrees and be doctors and stuff like that. All of that has been taken away in Iran.
In Iran or Afghanistan?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Okay. Okay.
And it's that extreme religious ideology, you know, and it is what it is, man. But we're leaning towards that over here. And like people want to say, you know, it's Islam or whatever, but you have extreme Christian views too. Like it really results in the same outcomes when you have these extreme religious zealot types, you know, and it just it ends up with the same result. It doesn't really matter if it's Christian or Islam or even Judaism. They still, if they're the extreme, it ends up in the same thing where it's just men running the show, and you know, women don't really have much rights and stuff like that. And you know, it has been like that in the past, but we progressed past that. And I'm afraid, and I've been saying this for the longest on the show, that we're going backwards. And I think that this is an example of that.
Yeah.
So call me crazy. With the things related to abortion rights, you know, I don't agree with abortion either. But there was a reason why abortion is legal, you know, and it has to do with the health and safety of the mother, you know, and the child. So when you have these blanket laws making abortion illegal, it leads to, you know, women dying. And, you know, if the women don't want the babies, they'll find other ways, you know, and it's not health, it's not safety, it's dangerous, what I'm trying to say. Couple comments. It says, ladies and gentlemen, the Republican nominee for Vice President of the United States. It says, comments. It says, anyways, I'm here to endorse a man who's been twice divorced and cheats on his wives with porn stars. Another comment. It says, tell me that you beat your wife without telling me that you beat your wife. Another comment. It says, the most anti-woman presidential ticket ever. Another comment. It says, did anyone check on his wife? Another comment that says, where is he getting this from? As a child of divorce, I can tell you my life was much better after my parents split up. You know, and it is conservatively, economically, it's better for the parents to stay together. But if it's a toxic environment, then it's not good for anybody. It's not good for the husband. It's not good for the wife. It's not good for the children. Everyone is being abused. You know, if it's a toxic environment. That, you know, it's not healthy to stay in a toxic environment. Now, there are a lot of pressures that push for divorce, you know, making it easy for divorce, or, you know, people making that decision willy-nilly or whatever. And, you know, even me with my previous relationships, some of them I wish I would have stayed together with them. And I know that I would have been in a better situation economically in my life right now, because I'm a single father. And I take care of my daughter alone, and it's tough. I mean, my daughter's mom passed away, so I mean that's not a divorce situation, but you know, my youngest daughter, her mom didn't pass away, and we We did split up. And I know that if we would have stayed together, I'd be in a better economic position than I am in today. But if it's a toxic environment, if it's not healthy, then it's not a good environment for anybody. So you don't want to stay in a, you have situations where the mom kills the dad and the kids, or the dad kills the kids and the mom, like that kind of thing happens all the time. Like um they're in a toxic ass situation and they feel like there's no way out or whatever, and that's not good, right? I mean, wouldn't you prefer for the parents to get a divorce than to kill their kids and their husband? You know what I mean?
No, definitely, definitely, man. I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree with it, man. I feel like, on both parties, that toxic shit, if you guys, and people, first of all, people that say they're staying together for the children, like, you're doing more harm than helping, because for one, man, children are a lot more resilient, and they see and they understand a lot more than what we give them credit for. So I would rather separate. That's just like if that shit was going on between me and my wife. I would rather divorce and separate, and we co-parent and work through it like that and still be great parents to our children, than to raise them in a home that's broken and fuck them up for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
You know,
They deserve
and
to have loving parent, whether the parents are together or not.
yeah, man, and that's like, like I say, bro, like we've been married 16 years, 17 years together. We got two kids. My daughter's 14, my son is 11, and we have our little moments where we may have a little, outburst in front of them, but usually we try to tone that shit down. I mean, even if we go in our room, they know we're having an argument, but a lot of times we just try to, like, we'll catch it, and just try to, like, but one thing that I try to make it a point to is to never talk down to her, whether in front of my kids, or whether, even if it's just me and her having a argument, and we're amongst each other and the kids are not around. Like, I always try to remain respectful, you know what I'm saying, even in
Yeah.
situations where
Because
where
kids
we've
know a lot
had
of
art.
stuff, and they can feel it
Yeah,
too. Some stuff don't have to be spoken. They can feel that energy.
yeah. And and it's so crazy because, like, we've had those arguments, bro, and I've bit my tongue, and it's so crazy. Like, my kids, they know something wrong with me or whatever, and they'll come to me and just, like, sit on my lap or lay in my chest, and and, like, just all of a sudden, nah, they got an attitude with their mama because daddy pissed off. It's like, like, because they know my character, they know how I handle myself. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And they'll get mad, and she'll be like, I remember this shit, bro. It's like, I guess everybody in this motherfucker mad at me. It's like, well, you kind of brought that stuff, but that's neither here nor there. But you know, but at the end of the day, man, if at all possible, bro, I feel like, as fathers, if we got a bull, if you was in a relationship, marriage, whatever, had kids, or you just slipped up and you have, you know, your children, y'all not married, y'all not together, like, man, fight to be in your kids' life, bro, because that means so much more in the long run. That way you don't ever have to answer that question, like, daddy, why wasn't you there? Or daddy, why you didn't fight for us? And, like, fight to be in your kids' life, man. Like, do what you gotta do. Don't let this court system or this woman just have total control, man. And but I get it now as being an adult, being a father, like, and being around people. I get why a lot of dudes say fuck it, and they just like, you know, when my child get grown and they come to me, I'm gonna tell them the truth, because the court system in a lot of cases are fucked up, and it's so crazy how it's almost like when you go to court, you know, to gain joint custody or anything for your kids, bro, they pretty much telling you these ain't your, they every in the wording, the verbiage that they use, it's like her kids, like what the fuck.
Hmm.
You know, it's crazy,
It's
man. But
very slanted for the mom. Let me play this.
These niggas love.
Hold on.
Now that we're on the same page, let's get focused. Are you up to speed on who's running for state representative, state senator, your judges, your district attorney, and your local and state elections? Because that is really what's going to determine how your life is governed. Yes, care about the president, but if that's all you're talking about, then you ain't really about it, ratty. And at 7 p.m. on a Friday, it will be 95 degrees. And because you did not pay attention to your local and state politicians, you're not going to have air conditioning because the grid will be shut down. You may not have housing because they removed all the resources for you to get it. And you may be working still in that 95-degree heat without any water or breaks because those politicians, yeah, they voted to copy Texas and Florida and say, you don't need that water. Deal with it. State and local elections. All right.
Yeah, so the local elections matter, you know, and she briefly mentioned what they call the Death Star bill, and you know, and that one is another one related to what I was mentioning earlier about the guy talking about the Republicans and big government, and it's like this bill put power. It took power from the local municipalities and put it into the state department, and that is not what you would call, you know, small government. That is the opposite of it. When you're not allowing the people in the rural areas to make decisions about their lives and put it in the hands of the state, and that's what's happened here in Texas. Let's do this one.
I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country.
what the hell? They're not. I thought they
No,
were.
we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. I know this is going to offend.
Yeah, man. So he says, okay, we can say that the United States is not a racist country. Okay, that's fine. I'll go with that. But we got some racist folks in the United States. You know, I don't know how you could possibly argue with that. But then on one hand, he says the United States is not a racist country, and then he says, well, if you're going to find some racism, you're going to find it in the democratic cities. So which one is it? So is the democratic cities not a part of the United States? Like, where's your logic in that, you know? And, you know, he used the example of the kids left behind in the school systems. Hey, that's happening here in Texas, Louisiana, freaking
That's happening in all
Florida.
of the inner cities across the nation, across the United States. Like,
So you can't just put that on saying that it's democratic cities, then that's the reason.
man,
I don't know.
I mean, I get that you have a lot of people, man, that's trying to move away from, you know, choosing racism for everything or immediately throwing the race card out there. And I mean, I understand that, but we still cannot ignore the fact that that racism still exists in our country, and there's still a lot of people that believe that blacks, or any other minority should have the power and the freedom that we do have. There's people that believe that way, and to and if you think that it isn't and try to promote that, then something is sadly wrong with you. Yes, we do have a lot more freedoms. Yes, we do have a lot more choice in a lot of things, but at the end of the day, bro, it's still fucked up. I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
There we still have a lot of growth.
A
You
long
know,
way to go.
yeah, definitely. We're not out the weeds yet. It's a lot better than what it was for our grandmothers and great aunts and all of that shit, but yeah, we still have a lot of growing to do,
Yeah.
and I don't like people that try to dismiss that,
Yeah.
because if a white man can clearly say that it still exists, and you know what I'm saying, that's the problem, man. You know, like, come
Yeah,
on,
so a
man.
lot of people, what they say is the people who bring up race are the ones that's keeping the racism alive. But you don't have to talk about race for there to be racism. You know what I mean? Just saying
Yeah,
the words or bringing up race is not, you know, perpetuating race more than, the ways it happens without anyone ever mentioning it. So, and the
yeah,
gaslighting is what really makes people angry. That's what really gets under my skin, is saying that, it's oh, we didn't hire you because, you wasn't qualified or something, like, you didn't meet the right criteria, or, I don't know, the interview wasn't, you didn't interview well or something. I mean, like, you never really have those conversations, but it's like, it's not because of the race. It's a guy suing, it's a hotel. He's suing this hotel because he applied for multiple positions at this job and he didn't get an interview. So he changed his name to like a white sounding name, and then he immediately got an interview. And of course they didn't hire him because he comes into the interview and he doesn't look white. So
yeah.
he's suing them. This is something that's happening. I mean, you guys look that up. Let me play this.
Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. That is the kind of policy that is alarming, even cruel, even un-American to folks on the left. And that is the intended effect. Someone I spoke to just a moment ago said it's going to make heads explode. And you may wonder, is that where the Republican Party is today? I did a little digging. I can tell you from my reporting during the primary season talking to voters, the answer is absolutely yes. And the answer from pollsters is absolutely yes. 3 out of 4 Republicans want immigration to decline in America, and they believe that immigration brings in drugs, brings in crime, and makes the economy worse, even, quote, reduces social and moral values. On top of that, a full 80% of Republicans, according to CBS News' own polling, agree with Donald Trump when he says that illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of the country. It says mass deportations now.
So, they use this immigration issue as a wedge, and it keeps them from having to take personal accountability for things. And, they use it as an excuse to not get things done. I wish, and I pray that they could get the immigration situation exactly how they want it. And then they will have to face, the issues that we face, and be able to say that it's not the immigration that's causing it. Because when they do close, let's say, completely close the border or whatever the hell policy they're trying to do, and then when things don't improve and things the same way, then they're going to have to find something else to use as an excuse for the way things are. You know, that's how I feel. You know, and the immigration issue is the perfect one because they'll never really be able to. You're always going to have people coming and going. You're going to have migration. You know, it's always been that way. It will always be that way. So that's the reason why it's the perfect thing to focus on to get attention away from dealing with our actual problems. To dealing with these corporations and price gouging and not giving people fair wages. Clean water, clean air. All the money in the politics, instead of talking about that stuff, we're just going to talk about immigration. So it says an RNC sign given to supporters on the third night reads mass deportations now, a reflection of where the Republican Party and many of its voters say they now stand on immigration. I don't think that, they could get as much deportations as they want, and things are not going to change because that is not the root cause of the problems that are going on in the United States.
Yeah.
So, and the United States, they're crazy when it comes to this kind of stuff because they say, mass deportation, they don't want immigration, they don't want illegal immigrants and all of this. But meanwhile, the person who's babysitting their kid is undocumented. The person who's cutting their grass, undocumented. Their driver, their Uber driver is undocumented. You know what I'm saying? They like the person who's picking all of their fruit, their pineapples and their freaking bananas and avocados are all undocumented. The thing is, the way it is, they need a populace that are easily exploited, someone that they can take advantage of. You know what I mean? So if they when they have this undocumented status, it puts them in a position where they have to accept lower wages. They don't get any work protections. They could work the whole season and then not get paid because they'll threaten to call ICE or whatever, stuff like that. And that's what they really want. Because in a lot of those jobs, United States citizens don't want to do or can't do, not capable of doing, and if you have a business where you can't pay somebody a viable wage and still make a profit, then you don't have a viable business model. You need to improve your business model. You need to change the way that you do business. If you have to have undocumented folks and pay them pesos to do work, and that's how you make your profits, and otherwise you wouldn't be able to do your business, then your business model is messed up. So it's a lot of this is the legacy from slavery. The United States got rich as hell, off the back of slaves. Imagine if you have a company, a business, and you don't have to pay your staff anything. Just enough for them to live, to make it to work the next day, like a little shanty shelter to keep them alive, a little bit of food to keep them alive. How much is your profit? You know what I mean? Your profit margin is crazy. I used to be a manager. I was a sales manager, and the waste and labor was the two things that we watched the most because they had the greatest impact on how much the profit was. So if you don't have to pay for labor, which is your biggest expense, one of your biggest expenses, you are making all profit. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I mean by the whole thing with the undocumented folks and the legacy of slavery is that they want to make as much profit as they can. They don't want to have to pay people for their labor. So then they have this exploitable populace. This is another reason why they're moving in a direction of allowing children to work. And they're pushing this shit, and it's coming in, it's happening across the nation. It's already been happening where you're having folks younger and younger and younger working in meatpacking plants and shit, getting killed, dying, having injuries, because this is another exploitable group. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They need that exploitable group to replace what they lost when it comes to like the immigration and undocumented folks.
Man, this
Period.
shit crazy, bro. I'm gonna
You
tell
know,
you, man, like what look, not to cut you off, man, but I'm gonna tell you the craziest shit that I seen, bro, that pushed me back to thinking about them days of segregation or uh, like slavery, like cheap or not paying for labor. When I used to haul CO2 for a living. I hauled CO2 and nitrogen, and I used to go to all of these kill plants, and majority of them was chicken plants, some pork plants, but mainly chicken plants. I did a lot of chicken plants all over Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. And like Mississippi is like a lot of the blacks in Mississippi is poor as fuck. Like Mississippi, I don't understand. Like it's so poor there, but you rarely see a homeless person. I'm just being real. But they would bus these people in, and it was always blacks and Hispanics. They would bust them in, like literally. They would pick them up. Like I'd come down the highway, and it'd be like a little open lot, like right on the corner of like a tree line, and down this road, and you would see them people walking or getting dropped off in this little section, and a bus, like a old school bus, would pull up and pick them up and bust them into like Tyson, all of these different chicken manufacturers, around Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. And like, bro, like when I tell you how demeaning and like just like that shit, like it took me back, man. Like it just like and I didn't even grow up in that era, but just watching these movies and hearing the stories from my grandmother and grandfather and stuff, man. It's like, bro, that shit is crazy, and they don't really make a whole lot either, bro. And the one thing that I did notice, their one little kind of like a gift, like on Fridays, they would they had like this big walk-in refrigerated trailer, and the employees could go in there, and I think they would like take like a couple of bucks out of their check a week, or maybe it was discounted. I forget. It's been so long since I did it, but they could go to this refrigerated trailer, bro, and buy like cases of chicken to take home. And it's like, but they like, bro, they really didn't make a whole lot of money, and they are in there slaughtering the chickens that are going on our tables,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a nasty fucking job.
Yeah,
Like it is an extremely nasty job for a little or nothing.
yeah.
And
That sucks, man. It really sucks. It really sucks. And I bet you if you look at the profit margin, I bet you if you look at how much the CEO is making, the other executives are making,
man, Tyson is making money hand over fist, bro. Like that's why they're buying out all these. Like they bought out Hillshire Farms. It's a couple of other companies, several other companies they bought out, man, and you know, uh, just they're making money,
damn, I
tons
didn't
and
know they
tons of
bought
money.
Hillshire Farms. That's the HEB brand, right?
Uh, HEB, I think is Hill Country or some shit like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, man, it's just it's crazy, bro, and
That's
it's
how they're able to do these kind of things is because they're so shady. They have, we live in a, it's capitalism, right? It's all about capital and who has the most capital. That's why these banks buy up each other, and the investment firms buy up all the houses and stuff. Whoever has the capital to make the moves is the one that's able to do it. And how they get to the point where they have the capital is by being shady as hell, not paying people fairly, it's cutting corners. You see what's happening with Boeing, and the damn planes freaking falling apart. It's really it's a reoccurring, it's a feedback loop is what it is. The more you cut corners, the more you screw over people, the more you not pay your employees, is the more capital you have, so that you can get bigger and buy up your competition, and you know what I mean, and monopolize the market. I might have to get out of here. Now you keep texting me, but it's a couple more I want to do. Let's see. Let's do this one right here. This was funny right here. The people wearing the little the little ear bandages at the RNC. Pretty funny. So it's like supporting Trump. It says Republicans have been spotted wearing ear bandages in support of Donald Trump. It's a rapidly growing trend among the crowds at the Republican convention. The reference is to Trump's injury to his right ear after he was shot in an assassination attempt at a political rally in Pennsylvania. Couple comments. It says, on behalf of sane Americans, I'm embarrassed. Another one, they're not using those ears anyway. Another one, how disrespectful to the man who died, his family, and the others who were actually wounded seriously. This is gross. I don't see how you could put that. That's a little extra. Another comment. It says the same people who freaked out about wearing face masks during COVID. Another one. It's embarrassing to be an American right now. Yeah, these comments are kind of irritating.
They're a little extra, bro. But I mean, that's the nature of people, man. It's just people pick and choose what they wanna zone in on, bro. Like that's the biggest thing with our society. Like I still don't understand how Trump was probably one of the most public white figures in the hip hop scene, and then all of a sudden he running for president. Now all of a sudden he's a racist. Like, do you imagine like the amount of rappers that he's helped bail out, different things of this nature? Like, all of a sudden he's a racist. Like, and he was one of the biggest figures in the hip. Like, I remember growing up and seeing Snoop Dogg and all these, like, hanging out with this dude at the Trump
Yeah.
Towers, in Atlantic City. There's all kind of, like, it's just,
Well,
I just hate how people pick and choose who they're gonna pick on, who they all of a sudden dislike or this or that, and then they're trying to sway the general public. And it's like, man, do
I
your
think
own
the
research.
in that context, the racial components are used to cover the class divide. You know what I mean? The 99% of us are the folks that aren't billionaires. You know what I mean? So, we were talking about the corporations just a minute ago, and you were talking about the folks who were working in the Tyson plant. So the majority of Americans are the person who's working in the Tyson plant. You know what I'm saying? The few is that person who owns that Tyson plant or is the CEO or CFO or something, executive of that company. And this is where the divide is, and this is where the fight is really. You know what I mean? It's the owner class and the worker class. So, but the workers outnumber the owners, exponentially. And if they were to come together and fight against the owners, they could use their labor as leverage when they come together, like in unions and so forth and so on. But if you can divide them up as many ways as you can, one of them is by race, and having them pointing, the white people this, the black people that, the Mexicans this, the Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, Central American, Ecuadorian, Brazilians, Jamaicans, Haitians, whatever. You know what I mean? You break them up into little components where they're kind of like fighting against each other, and they don't realize that they have a common enemy, if you will, common goals, common issues. Then you can, it's divide and conquer. You can do what you want to do with them, and you keep them on that shit. And the one thing that the media always stays away from is the class struggle. The media doesn't mind talking about the racial struggle, but the media never, ever, ever, ever talks about the class struggle. The people who have beach houses, the people who had what do you call it? They had inheritance. They had a what do you call it? The money you get when you turn 18 and all of that stuff. Like they don't, the media doesn't show that. It doesn't show that divide. It doesn't focus on that, because the problem in the United States is the corporations and their greed and how much money is in politics. Like if you put pressure on those things, you'll start to fix everything. If you got unions where people can leverage their labor and get fair wages, and it's crazy to me that you don't want to give these people fair wages, because corporations don't put money into the economy, bro. Rich billionaires don't put money in the economy, bro. The poor people do. You pay them more, your economy is going to be stronger. They're going to be spending that money, it's going to be better for everyone, really. And but at the end of the day, the more I look at this stuff, I realize it's not about money. It's really about control, power and control. We already rich. We already got billions of dollars. What money is not an issue to us. What does matter to us is, controlling others and, preserving our group or whatever, preserving our privileges. If everybody has the same privileges that I have, then what's the point of me having these privileges? Like, it doesn't make me, it's no longer a privilege if everybody can do it. You get what I'm saying? I don't want everybody to be able to do the stuff that I do. Then I won't feel special. You get what I'm saying? It's not about the money.
Yeah.
Let me play Cory Booker right quick.
Country that we hate each other just because of how we vote. I have a simple test when I support a leader or not. Simple test. You cannot lead the people if you don't love the people. Not just the people who vote for you. I've listened to Donald Trump. I've known him for years, way before he was a politician. And I listen to the demeaning and degrading ways he talks about people and places. The way he talks about women who don't support him. The way he talks about people in his own party. God, the disgusting things he said about my former governor, Chris Christie. The way he attacks people's weaknesses or disabilities. I've heard how he talks about people. It does not connote anybody to believe that he loves folk. America, you have a lot of choices on policy, on facts, but I want America to think about something else. At a time where people are talking about tamping down political rhetoric, that is not enough. We have a problem in this country that we hate each other just because of how we vote. Caricatures are being produced of Democrats and Republicans that are so far from the truth. I see it in the Senate. Nobody wants to talk about our bipartisan bills. Everybody wants to talk about our disagreement. This is a vote on policy. America, choose who's going to be best for the bottom line of your family. But God, in this time, look for leaders that lead with love. We have a problem in this country that we hate each other just because of how we vote.
Yeah. So we have a problem with hate, period. And then it's like finding a reason to hate somebody is not hard. you know, and so you're on the other side of the aisle, you're supporting the other party, and you're my neighbor, and you have a you have a flag or a political poster in your yard, and I automatically know that I hate you, or I automatically make an assumption about who you are, you know, and what you believe in and stuff like that. And it's really not fair, because no one is exclusively conservative or exclusively liberal or whatever. Like, everyone is a mix of those things. You know what I mean? You have folks who are socially conservative and economically liberal. You got folks that's economically conservative and socially liberal. You have you have folks who are socially conservative and economically conservative. You have folks who are socially liberal and economically liberal. It's everyone is like a mix of those things. Like, there's no way you can look at the flag or political poster that someone put into their yard and be able to determine that person's personality. It's kind of like the stereotypes. It's kind of like racial, being racist. You think you blanket these people and you put them all in a group and say that they're all the same, and you don't know them at all. And it just makes life easier for you in your mind, because you think that they all behave in a certain way or whatever. It's like, it's a childlike way of thinking. It's like, the people that are in my group are diverse and different, and I can understand that. But the people that are in the other group, they're all the same. Anyways, Cory Booker, he says, I was at the Republican National Convention yesterday. At the end of the press conference on behalf of the DNC and Biden campaign, I had some thoughts to share. We do have a problem with hate, so I agree with him on that. I'm gonna have to wrap it. Anaya keeps texting me. I think I'm gonna do this. This is the last one I'm gonna do. It says, the Sikh Republican was invited to lead a prayer at the RNC. MAGA social media users lost it. It says, by any metric, Harmeet Dillon is your typical loyal GOP GOP operative. She sued California over mask mandates, served as an advisor for Trump's 2020 campaign, and ran for the chair of the RNC. But she also happens to be Sikh, which is where some MAGA followers drew the line. It says, Dillon was invited to recite a Sikh prayer during the first night of the GOP convention. On the far right corner of X, it went over about just as well as you'd expect. It says, the RNC featured a prayer to a demon. Did anyone turn their backs? Did anyone leave the room? Was there any resistance to this at all? This was a tweet by this guy, Ben Zeisloff. Another one, it says, this is classical liberalism. God would not bless this. So Joel Webbon. So it's like classical liberalism, and this is at the RNC. Another one, it says, how about you get deported instead, you pagan blasphemer? God saves our president, and the RNC mocks him with this witchcraft. By Lauren Witzke. It says, these disgusting reactions remind us who parts of the MAGA base really are and what they really value. Dillon has spent her career working to advance the goals of the Republican Party, but the fact that she prayed differently and looked different was enough for MAGA to turn their wrath on her. It says, if they can speak this way about one of their own loyal operatives, what do you think they'll do to average Americans who pray or look different than them? So, what I would say, though, is these people who making these comments, a lot of people, like, they, what is it? If it bleeds, it leads. a lot of people, like, they post stuff for outrage. It's gonna get interactions. So even thumbs down is helpful. Like, it's gonna spread. Bad news spreads, right? You know, when you post these like extreme type of stuff, you're gonna get likes, views, reposts, so forth and so on, you know. And I think a lot of these people do that for that reason. Like, maybe they don't really believe this stuff, and they want to be popular too, you know. They want to say stuff that's like, you know, that impresses the people they look up to or something. Like, it's misguided for sure. And some of these people, maybe they really do feel this way, but I think a lot of these people, they just make comments like this just cause, you know, it's the internet and it's free speech and I can say whatever I want to say or whatever. But it's a pretty terrible and ignorant and misguided stuff, you know. But there are a lot of folks who they feel like Islam is the opposite of Christianity, and I really don't know where they get that from, because Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, those are the three Abrahamic religions. Like, they have way more in common than they are different. You know, even the way they dress. Like, I saw a post that was showing like a nun next to like you know, a conservative Muslim with the hijab and all of that, and it looks pretty much the same, bro. Like, I don't see how people can't see that, you know. And like we were saying earlier about Afghanistan and Iran, and about conservative Christians here in the United States, it's all goes in the same direction, bro. Like, it's all the same, really. Like, fundamentally, it's the same. So whatever. Maybe one day people will actually read some stuff outside of their feedback loop and learn about Islam and learn about Judaism and realize how similar it is to Christianity. But I guess they don't really care. They're just like, Jesus is the way, you know, Jesus is the light. Everybody else is going to hell. So whatever. I got to get out of here because my daughter keeps texting me. I got to go pick her up.
Okay, man. Well, shoot, I'm gonna get my butt laying down anyway. Shoot, it's after midnight. I don't wanna. I'm
Yeah,
off tomorrow. Off today, rather, Saturday, Sunday. So I don't wanna sleep the whole day away. And then
I got to work in the morning. Well, I'm glad you was here, bro. I appreciate you. Really do.
Oh yeah, man. I'm glad I was able to get on, bro. I know I've been MIA.
Yeah.
I was talking to Pat about that, man. So
It's all good,
my
man.
new schedule I got, I'm up at 2 a.m., you know, Monday through Friday. And normally when you text, bro, like normally on Fridays, I'm already in bed by 8:30, 9 o'clock, bro. Literally. Like,
Yeah.
I'm beat by the time I get back in town. So
Yeah.
but yeah, man. Well, I ain't gonna hold you, man. You be safe out there, bro. It was good
Yeah.
podcast, man. I actually feel like I said some pretty decent things
Yep.
tonight.
I appreciate your contribution, you know, and be safe out there on the roads, man.
Oh yeah, we'll do. Y'all too, man. Love, bro.
All right, love. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. I gotta go.